Lessons written, bridges burn. Space demands your everything. On the don't be too now. For such a take, but it proves victory obtained no way. Fly dangerous, fly dangerous, fly dangerous.
Why? Why do you do it? You explore for fame, perhaps for glory of being the first, or maybe you desire to be rich. It needs to be done. Someone has to do it. Explore the galaxy. Be the first. Be famous.
Oh, where no one's ever gone before. Exotic new life, wondrous nebula. Explore the galaxy. Explore the galaxy. Explore the galaxy.
Elite dangerous, commander. Elite dangerous. What if I'm there? I'll find out. What if I'm there? What if I'm there?
Another star on my display, calling out from far away, calling out from far away. No one's been here before me now. I'll find a way, don't matter how. Through the dark and endless night, past the points of fading light. Every world that catches my eye makes me want to touch the sky. And I know that I was made for this. Every system holds another gift. Every horizon calls my name. Nothing left to hold me back again. Out here where the stars are bright and new, there's always one more frontier to break through. Break through. Shots are blank and sensors clear. All these wonders drawing near. Let them say it can't be done, while I'm chasing distant suns. In my ship I feel alive, as these cosmic waves I ride. Every scan reveals the way to places where I'll make my way. We are all explorers at heart, born to push the boundaries apart. Time to rise, time to fly, beyond what meets the eye. Beyond. Every horizon calls my name. Nothing left to hold me back again. Out here where the stars are bright and new, there's always one more frontier to break through. Break through. I hear the call of distance, and I know I found my place. Oh, found my place.
Oh, good morning, good afternoon, whatever time it is, or wherever you are. Welcome in. Anonymized, good to see you again. I am on my way back to the bubble. Yesterday, excuse me, I was watching Oz on his way out of the bubble out here, and he'd found some stuff, but he didn't effort it. Well, he didn't find the stratum tectonic, and I was bored. I said, I'm going to go out just to get it. So I did. And on the way out there, I stopped and got a few things. And I'm on the way back, and I'm stopping and getting a few things. I have $750 million so far. And I passed through this system, which had already been discovered but wasn't fully mapped. So I mapped it. And there's possibly a lot of good stuff here. I'll show you. I've already scanned everything. But we might make some money. I know I'm gonna make at least 100 million here. Let me drag my OBS here so my poor old eyes can see what I'm doing. Here it is. You'll be able to see there's possibly 5 stratum tectonicas here. There won't be all 5, but there's possibly 5. This planet has one biosignal, and it's either bacteria or stratum tectonica. This one has one biosignal, and it's either bacteria or stratum tectonica. We'll come back to that in a minute. This one has 2 bios. It definitely has stratum tectonica there. Another one bio is possibly stratum tectonica or bacteria, and yet another one. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chances at stratum tectonica, 1 guaranteed. And with 4 chances of possibly, there's a good chance at least one of those will be. And we have an ammonia atmosphere with 6 biosignals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So only one of these things is going to drop off, and it'll either be the Alioto or the Concha. Nothing really else there of any interest, so I may not even effort it. Depends on how the rest of the stuff goes. At any rate, let's get started and eliminate some of these things and see what's got stratum and what doesn't. And we're gonna go to A1. Let's go see what we got. A1, it's close by. Get the right scanner prepared. Oh, I feel a sneeze coming on already. I made a mistake. I turned this ring light on. I might have to turn my overhead light off and this ring light off. Right. I need to move my ring light up higher so it's not quite right in front of my face. That would probably help. Well, I'm going to change rooms anyway. I've got another room I'm going to use as a streaming office or studio, and someday I'll get moved into there. It's got more room, and this room I'm in here is not set up for streaming really, and what you see is just a very small section of the room, thank God. The other room has far less stuff in it, more room for me to move around in and do stuff. And let's see what we got here. We could possibly we'll get 95 million out of this system, and possibly a lot more. And I have like 750 or 760 million credits accrued so far in exo-bio data. So that explains why I'm in my private group now. I'm on my way back to the bubble. Not that far from the bubble, so I want to safeguard that cash. I don't care if I get ganked or something. I just don't want to lose the cash. So I need the cash. So therefore, I'm in my private group. See, this place is already discovered by Brax, but they didn't do anything, didn't map it or anything. So. I need 6 probes, I need 2 then. Cross your fingers, let's see if we get lucky and start this trend off good. It'd be nice if all 5 were here. That's the most I've ever found in one system before, was 5. That would be cool. It's a good payday. When I get back to the bubble, I'm going to be, okay, it's bacteria. I'm going to be getting some tritium and then taking some tritium over to our squadron fleet carrier. We want to go to A3. Check it out. So that will involve, once I get back to my system where the carrier's at, I get 3 or 4 kilotons of tritium, put it on the fleet carrier, and hop the fleet carrier over and transfer it to the squadron carrier, assuming that they haven't already finished filling it up. Doesn't matter either way. Yeah, I can either use the tritium or the squadron can use the tritium. Let's try to get there today, Commander. So spoiled with this, wow! So spoiled with this SCO drive though, man, it sure has changed the game. Made longer trips almost trivial. intra-system trips.
I was made for moments when planets leave my sight. The void doesn't take from
Had some issues yesterday. I had to abort the stream after about 10 minutes.
the nothingness when my
OBS and stuff was just eating all the resources and things were like getting bad. But now I rebooted and stuff earlier and nothing is being strained at all right now. So I don't know how it's going to go. It was so bad. I was on foot and I'd move the mouse to walk. I'd move the mouse and about half a second later I would turn or something. And I was like, okay, this is not going to work. I pulled up Task Manager and saw OBS is just chomping away on stuff. And I usually leave OBS up all the time anyway because when I close it and restart it, sometimes it forgets when you capture an application or something, you know, you have to tell it what application to capture. Sometimes it forgets what it's set up to do. So, you know, I end up with StreamerBot or something having no audio or something, and so I just leave it up so I don't have to keep going through and redoing the settings. Doesn't happen all the time, but it happens enough to be irritating. Enough to make me have a habit of every time before I stream, I actually go through and check the settings to make sure they haven't gotten lost.
numbers and charts day after day.
But both StreamerBot and SpeakerBot had updates, so I updated those. It's the second update for StreamerBot in 2 days. I see they're really getting the kick support in StreamerBot better.
Mapping complete.
Crap.
Next
Back
body
here
to map is
again.
day
Now
5.
we want to go to the guaranteed one on B1. That one's guaranteed to have Stratum Tectonica.
Making my mark in the dark.
B1.
The void between
It's not too far. No, it's not too far.
stars, between the stars. Oh, sailing through time. La la la.
I'm not unhappy. At least I get one Stratum Tectonica for free, at least.
Becomes clear. New worlds that no one's seen from here. My mission goes on,
Don't know how long I'll be streaming.
but so
Just woke up a little bit ago. I gotta get some breakfast at some point.
as I make my rounds, charting
Kind of hoping to get all the way, get back to the bubble and get the tritium started and stuff during this stream, but we'll see. Get all the housekeeping chores done in game here, so tonight I can
charting the void between
maybe do some pirate hunting, then move over to where the Distant Worlds 3 carrier and stuff is, and load up my ship over there for the scheduled departure. I think it's like
back home.
1800 Eastern Time Sunday.
But every new sun that I see reminds me this is where
We'll see. Head out with them. And again, I can tell. I already know I'm not going to stay with them. I'm just going to, you know, participate and do some things, you know, with them periodically. But I'm not going to spend the next year or whatever
charting the void between stars.
hanging out with them.
Between stars.
See how I cunningly made that look like it wasn't a lupus shame.
All these stars.
Made it look like a cool approach instead. It wasn't. Okay, let's see where it's at. I know it's here, so let's just go locate it and go get it.
I remember when I was afraid to leave. Everything I knew slipping away from me. But something pulled me further than before. Surface scan by 50%. Past the lines they said I shouldn't explore. Each mile takes me
Mapping complete. Next body to map is
Looks like it's
B5.
everywhere.
Body B1 has high
We
biological
went
value.
daylight. So let's make sure we're in daylight. Let's go.
The void becomes home, where stars guide my way. I'm
A little slower, Commander.
in the endless ballet.
A little slower, a little slower. Come on.
Charts and maps can't show you what I found. In the spaces where there's no familiar sound.
Pick a spot. All spots except for that crater. I want to go inside the crater.
Different tale. Through the silence I can feel the veil. My ship knows the way now. Through blackness so bright. No need to stay down when darkness brings
Jeff's gonna sneeze here soon.
becomes home. Where stars guide my way.
I'm a big fan of this terrain here. I mean, it's pretty typical color and stuff. What we got. Well, we know what we got. Just how hard is it going to be to get.
But I found truth in emptiness. What once was
And when I was watching Oz, he just had bad luck.
Intelligent thrusters engaged.
Stratum was just avoiding him. Stratum's usually really easy to find, but
not where we have to step, but where we may.
it just didn't show up for him. He made several attempts at going up to orbit, coming back down, but I think he needs to work on a little bit more about picking spots where to come down at.
Now I send this message.
There it is, right in front of me, as usual. That's usually what happens to Stratum when you come down in the right spot.
We thought
And if you're not unlucky.
when you feel that calling in your
We might go ahead and get the bacteria while we're here too, since it appears to be everywhere also. That'd give me an even 100 million.
the void becomes home. Where stars guide my
5G, Commander.
I'm never alone. In the endless ballet. In the endless ballet. Where stars guide my way.
Those of you who are sharp-eyed might notice my health or my hull is at 95%. We were watching last night. With seeing me try to super cruise through the edge of a ring. In my defense, it was fairly transparent. I went to look at a notable stellar phenomenon, the little mollusks. And while I was departing, I flipped the edge of the ring a little bit.
Stratum tectonicus confirmed present.
It would be nice to get
Base
back to the
value
bubble with an even billion.
19.01 million. Minimum sample distance 500 meters.
I did jump up off. I was
First
on kind of the
partial
highway
sample
between
collected.
Sagittarius A and the bubble, so I kind of went up above. On my return trip back, I was pretty much heading directly to where Oz had been on the way out, but on the way back, I moved up above the galactic plane a bit to try to minimize, discovered things. But then again, an important PSA here, just because a system has been discovered or even mapped, be sure you check the system
Minimum
map to see if there are
distance
first
reached.
footfalls and stuff.
We've traveled over 500 meters from
If there's
previous
no
sample.
first footfalls, there's no genetic sampling. And if there's biology there that you want, you can get the discovery bonus too. Without the discovery bonus, a lot of I wouldn't effort a lot of things if I wasn't going to get the discovery bonus. I'm in it for the money right now. GPU can be running at 92% with a black screen, but hey, it is what it is. If you haven't been watching my previous streams, my main GPU, my RX 580, which isn't the super best card, but it's certainly better than what I'm using now. I've had to fall back under my alternate, my 1050 Ti, which is not as capable, but it works. Hey, Ocker, welcome in. How are you doing this fine day? Hope you're doing well, sir. Okay, well, that's okay too. I don't know, Ocker. He's a good farmer. He sometimes plays elite.
Minimum distance reached.
Gotta find one
You've
right
traveled
next
over
to
500 meters from previous sample.
bacteria, so I can start on the bacteria samples too. Hey there, can we land here? That'd be perfect if I can land anywhere near here, actually. Look at that atmosphere, isn't that cool? Now it's getting sticky. So I had to reduce my graphic settings and stuff a little bit to make the gameplay and streaming tolerable. It's okay, but I miss my 580. Don't know how long it'll be before I can replace it with something comparable or better. Especially with the prices of graphics, memory and stuff nowadays. Things are really high, so it'll probably end up being a used card somewhere. Hopefully it won't be a scam or something off of eBay that used to be a mining card or something with some screwed up BIOS. Right, let's go ahead and grab this bacteria for a sample of it.
Complete.
But I feel it rising now.
Bacterium Cerberus confirmed present. Base value 1.69 million. Minimum sample distance 500 meters. First partial sample collected.
Bacteria is not a lot, but with the discovery bonus it'll be over 5 million. That'll put me just on this planet alone 100 million. So could be worse. Makes the math simpler. I got almost, well this would put me at 850 million so far, just in that little day trip, 24 hours or so of flying out to where Oz was and finding a couple of things. You know, trying to go forward with the W key isn't going to work very well in space, Commander.
You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
Well, now it's going to get picky. Really? Really? Just a chill day today. It's actually raining here. The cold front's going to be moving through later. They were saying we might get some snow, but they've now changed their mind on that. They don't expect any accumulations of wintry weather here. That's kind of sad in a way. It's so rare that we get anything like that.
Hidden in my mortal heart, this is where the gods depart. This is where I stake my claim.
And we still have one more planet here. There was a chance for more stratum. So I thought I had the odds in my favor with four planets that have a chance for stratum tectonic, for at least one of them to have it. But we'll see. We still got one more chance after this planet to see. And we have that ammonia
Second
world. I need to go
partial
map
sample
and
collected.
see if I want to effort any of the bios there. I doubt if I will though. Just to save time and start getting back so I can finish the tritium transfer. Don't want to run into a time crunch between the Distant Worlds 3 departure and getting things finished up. Not that I couldn't catch up with them, but I'd like to be involved on the departure. Sadly, the mass jump thing that was scheduled was all filled up. So no longer
Minimum
taking.
distance reached. You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
I guess I don't want too many people in the. Where am I going? Why did I come this way? I guess I don't want too many people in the instance. You know, crashing or something.
When they said stop, you fired up those
Distance here. Come on, you know there's some right here. Why the hell isn't there some right here?
your course ahead.
The perfect place for it.
Stop. You went for
Stratum. There's some. Okay.
every boundary they made. When they said stop, you went further. Now your name's written in space. Charts can't show the worlds you found.
Anytime. Okay.
Radio signals fade to black, but every time you come back round, you're planning your next.
And we'll head over to B6.
When they said stop, you broke right through their limits.
Sample collection
When they
complete.
said no, you show them what lies ahead. 'Cause when they said stop, you went further, past every boundary they made. When they said stop, you went further. Now your name.
B6 is one biosignal. It's either bacteria or stratum tectonica. Let's go see which it is.
I watch the stars at night, see pieces of your flight, breaking new ground while we're all earthbound. When they said stop, you went further, past every boundary they made. When they said stop, you went further. Now your name's written in space. Your name's written in space.
A nice leisurely approach. I had to go to the grocery store again. I thought I was going to make it to the whole weekend and not have to do that, but I need to get some more cat food. Maybe some more chicken or something, if they have any stock up on that. I'm always up for it. I'm always stocking up on chicken. The market I go to doesn't always have meat and stuff. So I'll try to take advantage of it when they do. I made meatloaf yesterday. It's good.
Beyond the fading light, empty space again.
First time I ever used had stovetop stuffing. I don't know if you know what that is. It's kind of a poor man's stuffing, but it's good. But I made it and I cooked it around the meatloaf loaf. It did a really good job of sopping up some of the meatloaf grease and stuff, and it tastes really good. I also mixed in some chopped up jalapenos in the meatloaf. It's awesome. Jalapenos make everything good. I'd like to. I need to get some habanero though. Jalapenos not cutting it. I used to grow habaneros. I might do that. I need to do that again. They're, you know, they're easy to grow and very prolific growers and producers, and they're good. Put that stuff in the blender with a little vinegar or something, and you make a good hot sauce. Tried to grow a couple of summers ago. I tried to grow some ghost peppers and what was it? Not a scorpion. Can't remember, but dragon's breath. I couldn't get any of the dragon's breath sprout or the germinate. I got a couple of the ghost peppers to germinate, but they didn't really take, so that was disappointing. Maybe I'll try that again after winter.
Deep within the spiral logs where light and darkness dance, you chart the unknown shores, leave footprints in the cosmic sands. Every beacon that you light guides those who dare to chase the endless frontiers call beyond time and space.
I'm by no means a pepperhead, but I do like spicy food. And I am not stupid enough to try to eat a ghost pepper. I'll use it for seasoning, but I'm not going to try to eat one. I like to put some in some chili, though, a little bit. That'd be nice. All right, fingers crossed here. None of these with one bios have had any stratum tectonic in this system yet. And this is Cerebus bacteria, so the odds are against us. Well, the odds are always against us with one bio. Well, yeah, one bio. It's almost always the bacteria, but sometimes it's not. That's why you gotta check.
Light begins in the dark, your lasting mark.
Nothing lost if it's not, though. Not the high value things.
You were young once, afraid of the dark. Now you sail.
Mapping
And it's
complete.
bacteria. Oh well.
Next body to map
At least we
is
got 100
B9.
million in this system, right? Can't complain. Oh, there's still that ammonia world. Let's go map it real quick, and of course it's back in the other side of the star system. So let's go map it real quick though, and see if there's anything there that went our effort. That's A6. Should have done that while I was over there. A6A.
From that small room to the captain's chair, from trembling
Another speed run.
void you dare
Not that far.
rise beyond the atmosphere.
Another demonstration of loops of shame. Maybe not this time.
You've crossed every fear that you have tossed into space where heroes soar. You're the one that
The conches there, unfortunately, there's two types of conch it could be. And the cheaper one's 4.57 million base value, and the other one's 7.77 base value.
now you dance to
Worth going after, but the 4.5 is not the best. But with the multiplier, it's 20 million and 35 million depending, so could be worse. The Aliota, if it's there, is 3.39 million base value. But Contra and the Aliota, one of them will drop off.
to the captain's chair.
That's just the way it works.
Trembling hands to the void you dare.
Drop off the list of things possible.
Chart the paths that disappear. Every nebula you cross, every fear
Nothing else there that really worth it. Everything, well, everything else is less than 2 million base value. The very next system I checked on the way back should have tons more. Let's try not to do this.
If you could see yourself
But we are.
believe the price you'd pay, the loneliness of distant suns, the weight of all the things you've done. But smoky purrs against your chest.
Almost did a notorious loop. Zipping by.
Small world for the great unknown, to find the strength you've always owned. What's beyond the atmosphere? Short the path every nebula you've crossed, every fear that you have tossed into space.
Again, Elite Observatory's Bio Insights is telling me there's a bunch of crap possible here.
Young one, this is what you'll be, Commander.
And to refresh your memory. Maybe. You see the things there. You don't need to watch me zap the planet. You can see what drops off the list here. In real time. Bio Insights is very helpful. I mention it every stream because I use it all the time.
What was out there waiting?
After you FSS, it'll give you a list of possible biology
Mapping
here.
complete.
Okay, the concha
Next
didn't drop
body
off.
to map is
Oh, the
A4.
stratum dropped off. Huh, that's interesting.
Would break me, that the darkness holds no price. But I'm going beyond
Well, the concha's the highest paying thing, possibly.
beyond the charts, where no one's been, past every warning sign and light.
Even the cheapest concha pays the most. So let's go try to find some concha first, and then we'll decide on what we're going to do after that.
Beyond the charts, I'll make it through. The curious cat hums beneath my hands. Each jump
What's the daylight side of this thing?
nebulae that paint the black with color. Words that spin in silence calling me. They said the cold would claim me, that the distance kills your soul.
One spot may be as good as another. Let's see what we got up here.
Tonight, beyond the charts where no one's been.
Any luck, we'll find the concha and the alligator.
On the charts I'll
Initiate orbital rendezvous
Assuming
procedures.
that we'll build a land near the concha. Looks like we might.
I'll make it through.
Let's try to find these little greenish tinted areas.
Entry guidance computations complete. Vectors for descent.
Possible becomes
They seem to be a little more abundant in those areas. I've never seen a legend for this heat map, for this map. I know the blue and cyan areas are, where you'll find this stuff, but other than I was trying to figure it out when it's rougher terrain and stuff, the color schemes, but I've never seen a defined legend of what's the purpose of having this.
they think of war.
Is that just a hot spot? I'm hoping it seems to be. More likely to find it in the greenish tinted areas.
I see the start of something.
Concha's usually in ravines and stuff, but we'll see what we find. I've found it laying around in plateaus and things before.
That's starting in 1
Gravity's
minute.
0.16. Let's see what we got down here. I'm sure there'll be other biology here to confuse me too.
Beyond the charts, I made it through.
Okay, now why did you send me here? Now, concha, you only have to go 150 meters between samples, so if you can find an area that has spread around that you can just walk in between. It looks like there's plenty of it here. You can probably get all 3 samples around here. So let's see. And there's some over there, some over there. Let's just plant it here. That's the concha that I can tell because it's got the stuff sticking up on top of it there. So let's just see if we can walk around and get 3 samples right here before we move on. I mean, you can land with no problem. Depending on the environment, it may behoove me to take this RV, but if it's not hazardous, then I can just walk around plenty of time and not have to worry about it. Let's find us a green gas giant. Okay, should be some back over there too. Terrain's masking it, but that's okay. We'll find it. Let's get one that's more typical of its appearance.
New codex entry. Concha Auroras, red. Concha Auroras confirmed present. Base value 7.77 million. Minimum sample distance 150 meters. First partial sample collected. Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 150 meters from previous sample.
Now, if we can just find a 3rd sample within walking distance.
Second partial sample collected.
Go on top of this hill again and see that it falls.
Wait, what's that signal? Could it
I know there's more here. I saw it earlier, but I think it's over this way.
green frequency? There's my green gas giant. Finally I see.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 150 meters from previous sample.
Here's some. Okay. Just need one. That'll work. And then we'll go up and look for the Aliota, unless we see any more life around here. I don't, though. But yet, at least.
Sample collection complete.
Wondering if the void will swallow light. You think these journeys pull me?
So that's 35 more million.
The thing these journeys pull me far away. But every system that I chart today.
I can't see anything standing out. Wow.
see my ship is stealing me away. The curious cat becomes your enemy. But every nebula I navigate, every alien sun seals my fate.
Let's pop up and come back down where the Aliota is, and it looked like it was everywhere that Concha wasn't. So. But we have a running total of 897 million now. We can find one more stratum tectonica and bacteria, we can get a billion. That's a good day to make a billion in a 24-hour period or so. Usually takes me about 3 days to do that when I'm streaming. Gotten lucky though, I found quite a bit of stratum tectonica on this little S trip out and back. Gonna be leaving the region where stratum is common now as I get closer back to the bubble. Some distance here, so give me some time to pick where I want to come down at. Doesn't look like it's going to be too much guesswork here other than make sure we're in the daylight. Let's go.
I think this is the way.
What's this stuff look like? That's another thing Lead Observatory Core does, is or bioinsights.
Entry guidance.
I'm going to show you a
computations
picture of it.
complete.
That's
Vectors for
very
descent.
helpful, by the way, if you don't know what you're looking for. It's very helpful. I did not know that it did that. I was looking for a Aliota, and I kept seeing a stuff that looked to me like tussock, so I kept ignoring it, and I just couldn't find the Aliota, and I was like, what the hell is it? And somebody in chat spoke up and said, you know, in BioInsights, you click on the species name, it'll show you a picture. And I was like, oh. And I did, and it was what I thought was the tussock. It was the Aliota. And that person in chat just happened to be the developer of BioInsights, Matt G. And
Intelligent
I
thrusters
summoned him
initiating.
by name, so he must show up again in chat. I don't like this coloring. Is there any greener spots?
But he's built to go so fast.
Here's what it is. Let's see what we got.
He's a void commander, guiding maps across
Usually co-locates with something else too.
every planet, tells a story.
You find splotches of it usually with stratum and stuff, but stratum's not here, so let's see what we end up with. Oh, nice video stutters. What the hell? Can't hit the ground, Commander. Wow. Okay. Everything is there's CPU, GPU are not maxed out. I have no idea why it's doing that. Weird.
When no one's ever come, alien soil beneath his feet.
See what shows up here.
Radio silence, he's alone.
There's a bunch of somethings.
The
Now, Aliota's dense, so it usually renders pretty fast. That's a big old patch of it too, isn't it? How far we gotta go? 150 meters. I wonder if we'll be able to get all three of them in one area. Can we just land in the middle of this crap?
He's a void commander, lighting maps across the sky.
It's all over the place. Look at that.
Every planet tells a story of a soul who dares to fly through the
People just walk around here and get all these.
He's the fire, he is the spark.
BioInsights plugin though tells you the minimum distance between samples, how much the base value of it is, and with the bonus, and gives you a picture of it. Very helpful. I use it primarily to eliminate things. Oops, let's get out from under the ship so I can see. I'll just start right here, but I should be more circumspect about where I start at. But, this patch seems pretty adequate in size to get all 3 samples. We'll see. What was I saying?
Alioid Aluminii confirmed present. Base value 3.39 million. Minimum sample distance 150 meters. First partial sample
Look at it, it's
collected.
way on the hillside over there also. Okay, there's we can go over there and get that one, and then cut across the patch on the other side maybe. I was gonna say I need to be more picky where you position yourself for your initial scans, because meters matter when you only got to go 150 meters. You can see this one's too close and this one's far enough.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 150 meters from previous sample. Second partial sample collected.
Then instead of flying all around looking for those are definitely far enough. Okay, there's some more over there. Instead of flying all around looking for the stuff, just get them all at one stop, you know. I don't know why those coming up purple, because it's weird. Alright, we're done here. I'm not going to worry about the other stuff on this planet.
Sample collection complete.
Maybe we'll get lucky on the way back some more. Next system, find another couple of high value items and we'll be good to go. I use bioinsights pretty much to eliminate things or to quickly evaluate whether I'm going to effort something or not. Since it tells me what's possibly there. If there's no high value items possibly there, then I pretty much, you know, I'm trying to get the money. I pretty much, you know, ignore it and move on. If it tells me that there's possibly or definitely a high value item there, then I will go check and see. Because after a while you get tired of spending 20 minutes going after $1 million bacteria. You know, it's just not worth the time. Within that 20 minutes I can check 3 or 4 systems possibly and stumble across something much, much better with any luck. Which is often the case. That's why I do it. And with the addition of that Aliota, that bumps us up to 913 million with the discovery bonus. With our discovery scanner, next system we're going to, we might be able to just jump straight to it. We don't have to climb to orbit. It's only Hull, right?
Vectors. Faster than light velocity reached.
Down 40 some odd jumps. Wow, lots of stars.
Analyzing.
Lots of stars. All stars. Next system's a B mass, so it's not going to have any big things in it.
Fuel scoop is engaged. Frameshift drive charging.
Just recently learned more about the mass of the destination name or a voxel name, and what may or may not be included in those
Leaving
math
system.
things. So, B is pretty much trash, but usually C, D, E, and F and H heavier. I learned that wolf reds are only found in H class voxels, so mass.
Scanning now.
Did not know that. Got lots of lines here. In this case, lots of lines is good. Someone's already mapped it, means I don't have to FSS everything to find out if there's anything here I want to effort. So let's look at the map first. Again, just because someone's been here doesn't mean yes, we have one atmospheric there with no first footfall, and it's neon with crap. Another neon with crap. Neon, methane, and argon with 1 or 2 bios is almost always bacteria and fonticula. So we shall press on. See, I didn't have to FSS the whole system just to find out that there was crap here. Now you have to FSS it before BioInsights will tell you what it thinks is there, but I know from experience that neon, methane, and argon with 1 or 2 bios is crap. Now neon rich or argon rich or something, it may be a little different matter. I think is it argon rich? Where you find fonticula segmentatus.
Completing system scan for
Gotta
photography.
be a little more circumspect or pay attention a little bit more. Bodies, we got things on radar again. Again, as we get closer and closer to the bubble, everything's going to be discovered. We are not that far from the bubble. I have 34 jumps. We're not that far anymore. When I first started out, like in 2020, 34 jumps at this jump range, would have guaranteed pretty much that there would be a lot of undiscovered things. But that's not the case anymore. Bubble has grown. Only one thing worth looking at. It's got no first footfall, and it is a neon with 1. Not unexpected. Another B mass. Crappy one, probably.
Adjusting for jump.
At least this money will give me, will pay for my tritium that I'm gonna buy and stuff, and leave a little bit for me to leave on my carrier balance, I think. I got just over $1 billion or so on my carrier and in my personal account.
Scanning.
It's way down because I donated $28 billion towards the Squadron Fleet carrier. Kind of tapped me out a bit. It's okay though. By the time I'm done with Distant Worlds 3, I'll probably have many billions. I won't have that. I mean, I will turn it in way more. I'm not gonna walk around with that big balance. Risk dying and losing everything. Let's see, not when I can turn in. Found a bunch of notable stellars too. That was nice. I hadn't found any notable stellars in many weeks, and now I found 4. Argon.
Another jump by
Nothing here.
but I won't listen.
Oh, Class D. That means there's gonna be some gas giants and stuff there. Probably a bunch of moons. Let's see what we got.
I write these words in case someone finds me.
It's a class. Mass value of D.
Leaving system. Marvelous.
The cat keeps going on. keeps going until we're gone.
Completing system scan. Stand by.
Touchdown on the world.
9 bodies. Must be some big things. And 3 stars.
Our planet flies, I scan the rocks. We're counting down the oxygen clocks.
Shows up on the system map.
Silence takes
Nothing good.
these words, I write these words in case
Every once in a while, though, even with that non-atmospheric, you can stumble across some horizons live. It doesn't pay much, but it's kind of cool to see sometimes. Excuse me. See, the stars in this system made up most of the math.
Amazing. That's quite something.
till we're gone.
Might be some candy.
The stars don't know my name.
Not that I'm mumble enough as it is.
Analyzing now.
But I keep flying, keep trying. The cat
Well, we definitely don't have 12 things on radar. 3 stars. This may not be fully mapped. Let's see. Definitely not fully mapped. What's here that they're not telling us about?
till we're gone. Start date unknown, logging out. The cat purrs without a doubt.
Nothing good yet.
Another day beyond the charts.
Body A1.
My ship against
High
the
value body.
dark.
Meets mapping criteria.
These stars I've never seen before. Leave
That
traces.
also is Lead Observatory giving me this nice information about descriptions of things that
Keeps calling out
I
to
ignore since I'm not
System
really doing
discovery
exploration or
complete.
cartographic data.
First body to map is A1.
I scan the endless emptiness. Each signal brings me higher. The questions burn inside my mind as systems grow much brighter. Will they remember my name?
Adjusting for jump.
These stars fade away.
Interstellar travel mode engaged.
If I was really trying to do stuff, I would take small jumps now.
Will I drift through time and space?
Get more systems in between me, destination and me, but I'm not that worried about it.
Scanning for information.
I've got things to do, so.
Dans le vide infini, mon vaisseau suit sa voie. Les étoiles m'appellent ici, c'est mon dernier échec. L'impossible dans ce grand inconnu.
Distance between me and the star, just in case I have to do work.
Readings of the scanner show a world we've never known.
I think it's pretty fully mapped.
My heart beats faster.
Let's find out.
I fly.
No first football. Argon is crap. Argon 2 crap. Argon with 1 crap. Argon with 2 crap. And that's it.
Will they remember my name? Or will I drift through time and space?
That was quick. So I don't mind lot of times explorers will map systems, but they don't do any exobiology or first footballs, so
Jumping to next system.
let them do the work, and I can quickly ascertain if there's any life there. And many times just from the system map go, I'm not going to worry about it because that's going to be crap. And conversely, I can go, well, that's sulfur dioxide with 2. Damn right I'm going there.
Gathering information.
Don't need bio insights for that one. Nothing in here. 4 stars. That's a star, I guess.
Adjusting for jump. Frame shift now engaged. Completing system scan. Stand by.
Quite a few things on radar, so it's probably mapped already.
Log date 3 parsecs past the edge.
That shall not deter me.
Another world beneath my wings. Push past pirates in pursuit. This mission drives me
Sulfur dioxide with 1. That's either bacteria or stratum tectonica. Carbon dioxide with 4. Probably not stratum tectonica, but it might have something good.
I find the flame.
Neon with 1. That's nothing.
Every star tells us
So we'll map the system just to see what BioInsight thinks we have.
every star holds a secret.
I have to map the entire system. Let's see what's on that carbon dioxide and sulfur dioxide. I'm pretty sure that's bacteria and or stratum tectonic.
Body V2.
Yeah.
Landable with atmosphere.
Split and system
Sulfur dioxide atmospheric landable with life.
Telling me it's either bacteria or stratum tectonica, so we have to go surface map it to see which it is.
footprints on this frozen land.
That's okay though.
Stars around.
It's always nothing until it's something.
Space stretches silent, still and stark. But in each system that I scan, I find flame.
Click the wrong button. Wrong mouse button.
Every star tells a story. Every star shows the way. Every star holds a secret that I'll discover.
Body C3.
Oh, it's
Landable
possibly
with
stratum
atmosphere.
tectonica,
Carbon dioxide atmospheric landable with life.
among other things.
May host a new personal codex entry.
It'd be nice if we could get 2 stratum tectonica here. I thought I'd be happy with 1, but it'd be nice if we get 2. And a system, another system that's already previously discovered in map. I'm talking with the discovery bonus. Alright? There's no first football. Don't confuse the first football with the discovery bonus for
Body
bio.
A8. Landable with
Not
atmosphere.
the same thing.
Neon atmospheric landable with
Just
life.
because someone stepped foot on the planet doesn't mean they sampled it. But you know, if they didn't step foot on it, that they did not sample it. We want to go to B2 and then C3.
Every star
The lack of a first football pretty much guarantees that
every star
you will get the discovery bonus. B2.
Ads starting in 1 minute.
You at B? That's pretty far away. Where's C3? Is that closer? Well, they're about the same, so. Hopefully one of these will have something. That's a long way to go to find out, but hey, it's what we do. without the SCO drive, you know, this is one of those cases where you just like, okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom while I'm super cruising there, and do your thing. SCO's made it tolerable, assuming you have fuel for it. I have not ran out of fuel because of my SCO drive yet. Who was that did that and had to call the fuel rats the other day on stream? I can't remember who it was. They didn't have to. They could have just suicided or something, but they did. It was pretty cool. Who was that?
Show us what you're gonna see. Red alert from your location. Alien structures found.
Took the fuel rats. Took the fuel rats 50 minutes to get there, and he was down near Colonia or something. But they did it. They got it done. I'm always impressed with the fuel rats. I've called them once in my gameplay. I didn't really have to. Didn't have anything of really high value. It's kind of just a matter of saying, I want to see what happens. Didn't do it on purpose or anything, but that was a case, one of those cases where I had a fuel scoop and I knew what I was doing, but what I didn't know is it's one of those cases where the route plotter did its thing and plotted a route without fuel, you know, without scoopable stars, and I just, you know, didn't scoop when I could have, assuming that all the stars would be scoopable, and they weren't. That was when our Odyssey first came out too. That's why I learned my lesson, you know, about I scoop every star that I can, and I also check the route. You know, so that star should not be on my, that's a definite shame there, but that star should not be in my plot. Because the route plotter screwed up, you know. Like if I leave the game and come back and have to you know, when I re-access the galaxy map, it'll replot the route. Doesn't mean it's going to use the filter though. I had previously set up. I didn't know that at the time, and it bit me. You need to be bit once. See if we get lucky. We won't though. Usually when this option is Cerebus bacteria, about 90% of the time it's the bacteria. And even once the Orisis bacteria, like on the next planet, about 60% of the time it's the bacteria. This bacteria. So we're off to C3. Try our luck there. Odds are pretty good there. It's got 4 bios: bacteria, concha, protexus, stratum, and tussock. One thing's going to drop off. And if I had anything, I would think the concha would be what drops off. So let's go to C3 and check it out. We could use another stratum tectonica in the bank.
Every mile further out shows me who I'm meant to be. Every star pulls me further into the great unknown.
I blew by that one, kind of on purpose. And Bobblehead's going, sure, that's what you meant to do. Sure. Well, I'm going to get any light from that star, so where's the real light coming from?
Commander Barkadashan charts another course. Against all odds and warnings, following this force.
And the only thing of any value on this planet is really the stratum. So if it's not there, I'm not going to worry about it.
Every new horizon pulls me straight and true.
I want to see what the excitement is about.
Pulls me further into the great unknown. Breaking past the boundaries that kept me safe at home.
See that there's possibly bacteria, concha, protective stratum. That's the only thing of any real value though is that stratum. So let's see what drops off the list here in a second. Hopefully it won't be the stratum.
Some call it madness to venture so far, but they've never felt the calling.
How dark is this?
Distant star.
Don't need a lot of light. It's okay. Am I missing an overlay? Oh my god. Damn.
That guides me through the endless black. Once you feel its power,
Oh, it's there. I just couldn't see it. Alright.
turn back.
A joystick overlay. Not that I use it for anything, but it's there for buzz. But I was like, where'd it go? Professional streamer here, folks. Alright. Game time. Let's see what we got. 4 probes. Can we do it with one? One of the super duper V1 DSS engineered, double engineered, or whatever probes.
Body C3 has high biological value.
Oh man. Yep, the concha dropped off, so we're gonna get another stratum tectonica.
What we fear to seek beyond the
Sweet.
where stars speak. Every star knows your name, Commander.
Almost put us at 1 billion. We still got a few star systems to check on the way still.
Commander. Every star knows your name. Every star knows your name. La la la, beyond the light.
Procedures initiated.
La la la, into the night. Into the night.
Re-entry complete.
Your transmissions paint the darkness with
Been a good little outing.
no one has seen. Pioneer spirit breaking
Changing flight
barriers,
mode.
making history in between.
0.1 something G.
Every star knows your name.
Let's see if we're lucky and it just pops up right in front of our face.
Every star knows your name.
Which is usually the case, but not always. Usually.
First footprints in the alien sand, moving fast through hyperspace, setting records none can trace. Database built with
See?
inspiring all our kind.
Is that turquoise? It is, it's turquoise.
Through the galaxy,
Haven't found any turquoise on this trip yet.
you're in the dark, like a celestial landmark. Breaking through what holds us back, leave a stardust in your track. I watch your signal, growing stronger as you venture ever onward. Ever onward we go.
Another 95 million, assuming I get the first football, which I'm sure I will.
Every star knows your name.
Well, I know the planet wasn't even mapped, so I know I'm
Your aim, Commander.
the discovery bonus.
Every star knows your name.
There's that's a
Knows your name, Commander. They all know.
Got pretty.
Stratum tectonic is confirmed present. Base value 19.01 million. Minimum sample distance 500 meters. First partial sample collected.
A lot of tussock around. Oftentimes, though, things will co-locate together like tussock and stratum or tussock and tubus or something. Or so sometimes one of them's harder to find visually, but the one it co-locates with is easier. So go for what it's co-located and look around it and find it. Should be good. Come on.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
No one's ever signed. The card is on, can you feel it? The void is calling out your name. Every system that you chart, every world beneath your feet makes you more than what you are. Elite commander, you're the first to see what lies beyond the galaxy. Commander, every jump you take writes the future in your wake. The universe is yours to
Second
claim.
partial sample collected.
Through the cosmic deep, never stop till the stars all sleep. Nebula clouds part like smoke. Alien soul beneath your boots. Every planet that you broke gives humanity new roots. Picard is on, you're the answer to the question no
Minimum
one
distance
dares.
reached. You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
Makes you more than what you are. Elite
Some land right on top of this cliff.
commander, you're the first to see what lies beyond the galaxy. Every jump you take writes the future in your wake. The universe is yours to claim. Commander, listen up. This is
Don't know.
made one ship, one pilot, not running afraid. Into the darkness where no one has been. Mapping the cosmos again and again. Fuel running low, but the spirit runs high. But caught us out pushing through nebulae sky. Every new world is a chance to be great. Every new stop puts more fuel in your
And
Sample
do
collection
I want to
complete.
get
But you out here proving what courage can teach. Scared to pick something
the
strange on the right. New civilization, first contact tonight. This is your
this is a
moment.
1,000,000,009.
Space, the apex of pride. History books to remember your name when you come back. It'll be the same.
Probably find something else on the way back. Too. I'm not going to worry about the tussock. It's right there though. Good time was had by all. That puts us over 1 billion credits. So. Nice. We have, oops, can't quite yet. We have 28 jumps back to my carrier. I find nothing else the entire way. This has been a very productive trip. I mean, literally $1 billion in 24 hours.
Leaving system.
All on, almost all of it on stream too. On streams. Then again,
Completing system scan for
we
cartography.
do about 300 million in a 3-hour stream, so that's about par for the course, actually, considering the number of times I've streamed. Scoop here. 31 bodies here. Looks like it may be already mapped. That's okay too, though. Let's see. I'm not adverse to finding more stratum. A nice system. Nice looking system. Of course, football. It's carbon dioxide with 2. Could be. Could get lucky there. Let's see. Anything else here? Argon with 2. That's crap. Unenriched nothing. Let's try to map this without having to map the entire system. See what our options are there. So we target it and aim at it before we invoke the FSS, so it'll be right in front of us, so we don't have to scan the entire system. Doesn't appear to be green.
Body 1B.
Nope.
Landable with atmosphere.
Protects
Carbon
bacteria
dioxide
or
atmospheric
tussock.
landable with life.
Oh well.
May host a new personal codex entry.
And that's why BioInsights is so helpful.
Clouds swirl, can you see? I steady the helm.
Carbon dioxide can have stratum tectonica, but BioInsights is smarter than me. It says it's not going to be there. It's virtually guaranteed not to be there. So.
Frame shift drive charging.
And if it said there was a chance of it, I would have went and checked it out.
Courage curls, caution crests, calm in the cabin. Who tries the unknown when the light runs low?
Course adjustment.
Fortune onward I go. A single spark split the silence in flight. Or am I just chasing contentment through night? Who claims the cosmos on dust?
But again, as we get closer and closer to the bubble, things are going to get
Data incoming.
already. Things are going to already be done. Nothing here. Star.
Names on the map, not numbers to none.
Frame shift drive charging.
To you, stranger beside me, wind at my back, like the no breeze. No, what will we find when orbits away?
Adjusting for jump. I hope you know what you're doing.
I do. I do too hope I know what I'm doing. Normally this is the time that I would invite people to get on my carrier and we go out and do some exobiology or something, but I am not going to be taking my carrier out for exploring anytime real soon.
System scan complete.
Nothing here. 3 stars. Says I'm not going to be taking my carrier, but that's not true. On this stream, I probably will take my carrier, but not just to move it to offload some tritium.
Or am I just chasing contentment through night?
Frame shift drive charging.
Cosmos on dust fast
25 jumps. If I stop scanning things and looking for stuff, I can get there pretty quick. But it is what it is.
steady as sadness.
Not going to look a gift horse in the mouth, you know. The more money I make, the more tritium I can buy.
Answering no one's call. Smoky and
I would like to have my carrier topped off with tritium though before I leave for Distant Worlds 3. I don't know if it's going to happen or not.
Complying.
I don't want to spend all my money. Just in case I decide I want to come back and go do something. Very likely. I'm sure that during the whole time Distant Worlds 3 goes on, I will be back and forth to the bubble many times. or go off on my own doing stuff. You can just periodically rejoin Distant Worlds 3 to participate in something. Don't know what, but something. It definitely doesn't look like 21 things. Ooh, nitrogen with 2. I would hazard a guess that that's Lepidia and Informin. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 bodies. What was the honk value here? I thought it was 21. Informin pays. Yeah, it's 21, so there's obviously the entire system's not mapped. So let's see what other nice wonders, gifts may be here other than just that Informin. Informin's, like I said, 8-point-something million base value, so that's 40 million more. I might go after it, depends what else I find. Normally I would go after it, but I've got enough money. I mean, let's see what else we find here, though, if anything. I doubt if there'll be much of anything good because there's no more high metal contents here, but let's scan. You never know.
They watch me when they think I'm sleeping. They wonder if I've lost my way. But something tells me we're not finished, that this discovery's worth the wait. Another icy body fading, another rocky world behind. I see the
Body
doubt
A5.
in all that
Cheap
Landable
bacteria.
with atmosphere.
Not done yet.
Neon atmospheric landable with life.
green horizon. One more system, one more try. The flame shift drive keeps on burning through the questions in my mind. Is it out there? Am
Body
I
A6.
crazy?
Landable with atmosphere.
One more time.
Neon atmospheric landable.
Believe in green horizons. That's where we're gonna find.
Body A3A.
Yeah, Informin and
Landable with
Lepidia.
atmosphere. Nitrogen atmospheric landable with life.
BioInsights is telling me now. Now, the only thing here is that Informin. Do I want to go get it? Nah, I guess not. I got $1 billion already, so. I thought about it though. I really did. So I'm running into a time crunch. Not that there's not plenty of time, but there's only so much time I can devote to playing the game. Doing that in real life, so.
Jumping to next system.
I do plan
Frame
on
shift now engaged.
playing some more later. After I get the Tritium moved, maybe do some pirate hunting or something. If anybody wants to wing up and do some pew-pews against pirates, let me know. I'll try to be around. We'd planned that
Compiling data
tentatively
for photography.
with Options None and Mark Gamer. I overslept, and someone else overslept also, and it didn't happen. It was after the server tick. We got 16 bodies here. Let's see. Got lots of things in radar, so it's probably fully mapped. See what's here. Sooner or later, though, I'm going to start finding things that it's fully mapped and with burst footfall. So, not yet. That's argon crap. More argon crap times 2. So nothing here.
Frameshift drive charging.
Jumping to next
Beginning
system.
to think about breakfast. Try to hold out though. Reminds me, I need to put eggs on my shopping list.
Completing system scan. Stand by.
Not that I'm organized so that I have a shopping list. Lots of few things on radar. 17 bodies. Let's see what's here. 22 jumps to the carrier. That's definitely not 21 things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 17. Did it say 21? Did I just misremember that? Okay, 17. I did misremember it.
Frame shift drive charging.
That was the previous system. I think it's 17. Oh, 21. Hey, I'm getting old.
Through the void, I see your light.
Everybody laugh at once about
Leaving
that.
system.
Day and night. Every signal points the
I am kind of looking forward to moving into the other room, though. Setting up I wouldn't say a studio, but get it set up so that the damn light's not in my face. I don't know how I'll mount that light, though. It's got a stand, but
your courage shows us also.
yeah, see, I got to move another desk and another table. I was wondering whether that's going to be fun. If my son was here, that would be helpful, but nothing here.
Your spirit guides us through the dark.
I'll get it squeezed in there one way or another, though.
Your story. Mining wealth from cosmic stone.
Jumping to next system.
Danger makes its haunting home. Pirate circle far below. But nothing stops your endless flow. The charts you made will never fade. Each discovery display between the stars.
Looks like this system is fully mapped with 8 bodies.
Forge our path to glory. Your spirit guides us through the dark. We live to tell your story.
Snake Man. Argon with 2. That's crap. Neon.
We find new love.
Neon with 1. That's crap. Okay.
Beyond the edge of time and space.
So 20 jumps, 70. What, 1,400 light years? My destination. I gotta really start running into problems with everything being done already.
Leaving system.
Coming in from above, though, coming down. So. As I approach the beaten path more, there'll be more and more stuff done. That's okay. I'll just start.
Completing system scan.
It'll
for the
increase my
tunnel.
travel speed. We have 4 stars, 1 planet. What kind of planet would it be? Okay, where's it gonna hide at? It's probably hiding behind this big ass star.
System scan.
Ads starting in 1 minute.
Nothing here.
Frame shift drive charging.
Oh, a D-mass. Maybe there'll be some gas giants or something. Who knows? I think rebooting really helped my computer because everything's running pretty stress-free right now. It was really struggling earlier.
Scan starting. Stand by.
Nine bodies, but definitely don't have 9 things on the map, so let's see what's done here. First, anything worth doing? Maybe. Let's see what's on the map first. Definitely not maps. Take but a moment. So why is all the mass here?
System scan complete.
Interesting. Maybe the mass thing is for the voxel, not just in one system. That may be the case. Yeah, it must be the case. Okay, because this is the voxel and this is the system number. So there must be some more massive things in this area. Just for the heck of it, real quick. It's an educational thing for me. I'm gonna look a second. This voxel is not that big. Wow. Huh. That's interesting. Still learning, folks.
Frame shift drive charging.
Jumping to next system.
What is system number 28? That means there's 28 things in that voxel. So I'm missing something somewhere. If I understand it right. I could be wrong.
Gathering information. Cartography updated.
System scan complete. Fuel scoping.
Nothing here.
Fuel scoping complete. Frame shift drive charging.
17 jumps. That's the home stretch. I can make that in like 10 minutes, 12 minutes. I was pumping to get back.
Interstellar travel mode engaged.
Scared to mention it, but I haven't had any
Compiling
mob
data for
adders or
photography.
anything like that either.
Fuel scoping. System scan
Probably just
complete.
jinxed myself. Nothing here.
Fuel
2
scoping
stars.
complete. Frame shift drive charging.
Adjusting for jump.
2, 1.
Compiling data for photography.
Fuel scoping.
14 things here.
Fuel scooping complete.
Lots of orbit lines. No first football, neon crap, neon nothing, neon nothing, neon crap, neon rich nothing, neon.
Frameshift drive charging.
Leaving system.
2, 1, engage.
Scanning.
Fuel scooping. System scan complete. Fuel scooping complete. Frameshift drive charging.
Vectors.
2, 1, engage.
Maximum velocity engaged. Scanning now.
Fuel scooping.
Lots of things here.
Fuel scooping complete.
No first football, neon, neon rich, neon garbage, neon rich, neon nothing.
You ask me why I chase the stars.
Nothing here.
Endless black. These battle scars tell you everything about the fire inside. Can't stay grounded when the galaxy calls.
Adjusting for jump.
I gotta learn how to use the Elite D JP journal processor. I haven't figured it out. I have it, but I've got to figure out how to use it. And I want to do
Scanning for information.
stuff in a single box and stuff. How to use it. Nothing here. 10 now. 12.
You see the danger, I see the path through cosmic storms and plasma.
Jumping to next system.
Every system unexplored is calling out my name. Can't stay grounded when adventure calls. I'm flying beyond the void tonight. Past
Complying.
If anyone's watching that hasn't followed me yet, please do. I'm trying to get to 500 followers. I've been hanging out at 491, 492 for couple of weeks now.
Tell me you understand.
And if you're watching on YouTube, subscribe. I need subscribers big time on YouTube. That would really help me out.
Every jump through hyperspace takes me closer to who
Shameless plug there. Let's see what we have here. Got a first football. Sulfur dioxide with 1. That means there might be stratum there or something. Somebody went, oh, I'm going to go get that. And another one. There's probably a first football there too. Yep. Not even going to map it since there's first footballs there. Could be 2 stratums though. If there wasn't first footballs there, I definitely would have checked it out. But, and again, I pretty much expect that now. I'm so close to the bubble that anything of any value is going to have already been done. Unless I just get really lucky.
Adjusting to jump.
You know, I tried to minimize that by making my approach back from above the galactic plane. Or come in at an angle. But as I get closer to the galactic plane, it's going to be more and more, you know, discovered.
Data incoming.
People tend to think two-dimensionally. So. And when they travel to like Sagittarius A and stuff, you know, take the most direct path. Okay, we got 10 bodies here. But let's see. You never know. Again, first footfalls. Argon, well, I don't know why. Okay. Wonder what's on that argon. Let me scan that and see, just out of curiosity, what's there with argon with that many biosigns. It's not the most common thing that I've come across. So.
Body 1. Landable with atmosphere. Argon atmospheric
1,
landable
2,
with
3,
life.
4, 5. Oh, it's got $7 million Tesla. That would be worth it if you were so inclined.
Frameshift drive charging.
That's it. Capillum, 7.03 million. And a couple of almost over $3 million Congodian ounces.
Jumping to next system.
I think it could be worth it for the first if you got the discovery bonus.
crystals bright. These treasures I will keep. Moving slow, precise and strong, where no one else would dare. Found my path where I belong, in this endless
Completing system
air.
scan
The
for
distance
photography.
calls my name, no map can show the way. Each moment
Nothing here. Neither are we.
in fields of stone, I found my throne among the cosmic dust and light. What others fear, I hold so deep.
Mine jumps away. Practically home.
Adjusting for jump. Marvelous.
Red alert, they're closing in. Quick moves through asteroid rain. Trust my skills and discipline.
Analyzing now.
Break free from their chain. Every blast lights up the black, but they won't catch me here. Leave no trace, no turning.
11 bodies.
threats disappear.
Far from the star, I know everything will be done.
No two paths quite the same as patterns lead
Balls.
the way. In fields of stone, I found my throne along the
Pretty much what I expect.
what others fear. I hold so dear my kingdom in the night. In the night.
Adjusting for jump.
Now the destination is not in the center of the bubble. It's
Hyperspace velocity reached.
That's my colonized system.
Danger turns to pure relief.
It's not far out.
Gathering information. Cartography updated.
Reading signs if you can find.
System scan complete. Fuel scooping complete. Frame shift drive charging.
7. Yep. That puts us like 490 light years from my destination. 500.
Vectors. Frame shift now engaged.
I can almost say I can see my house from here. So close. I might as well even just stop checking things
Completing
because
system scan. Stand by.
System scan complete.
everything's going to be done.
Fuel scooping complete. Frame shift drive charging.
When I get back, I will turn in my data and stuff, then grab the Panther Clipper and the carrier's in orbit around a planet that has a station that has, in my system, that has
Leaving
tritium.
system.
I'll just start loading up some tritium on the carrier and then jump the carrier over to meet up with the squadron carrier and offload some. If it's
Completing
not
system
full, he
scan.
may have put
Stand
in a
by.
buy order or something. And, well, he might have got it filled up.
System scan complete. Fuel scooping complete. Frame shift drive charging.
You know, I can jump the carrier and stuff. I don't think I can. I don't know if I can check the status remotely of how much tritium it's carrying. I'll have to look and see.
Leaving system. Interstellar travel mode engaging now. Scanner activating.
Fuel scooping.
I'm looking around because last year,
Complete.
I don't know if you know what ladybugs are. Ladybugs? Ladybird beetles. You know, the little beetles with the orange, some black dots. Last year I had a bunch of them during, I think it's during the wintertime. Somehow got in here and they were just hung out in the corner of the room. I guess they were, I don't know what they were doing. I didn't disturb them because they didn't do anything. But I've noticed a couple more of them this year and I'm like, I really don't want a bunch of them in here. So I don't know how they're getting in. Honk. I wouldn't have noticed them except one of them was actually crawling on my desk. I was like, what the hell is that? Then I started looking around. I go, oh, there's a couple over there. Maybe they're coming in because the weather is getting cold. I'm doing well, thank you. How are you doing? Well, thank you for the follow. I needed that. I'm doing good today, though. I don't know how you say your name. MZ? Just heading back to the bubble to get some tritium and I got about $1 billion worth of exo-bio data that I made in a day, and I'm gonna have some fun. What games are you running today? Yeah, Apollo the White, thank you also. Yeah, I don't know where they're coming from. Now I'm suspicious, MZ. Are you a bot? People, things that pop in and don't even know what game I'm playing. That's odd. But Apollo, thank you also for popping in. You're not a bot? Well, good. I'm happy that you're not a bot. Let's see, we have a first footfall, so there's nothing good there that I want. I'm almost back to, I'm in the bubble already pretty much, so I'm not going to find anything. I'm 4 jumps from my carrier. And then I'll switch over and get my Panther Clipper and start loading up the carrier with tritium. Nice to meet you too.
Jumping to next system.
This game is called Elite Dangerous Odyssey. It's a space simulator game. I don't know if you're familiar with it. I do. And it's very, very low traffic. Very, very low traffic. There's nothing happening there.
Compiling data for photography.
You're down at the CG making the last few runs. I haven't done anything in the CG because the gold and reward, you know, isn't worth it to me. I already have several of the cargo racks already. Let me make it easy for you, MZ. If you're trying to get on my Discord and stuff, I'm not going to invite you or anything personally to DM me and everything. Here's my Discord link, though. It's on my about page. Now I'm even more suspicious of your motives. No one comes in just wanting your Discord stuff unless they're trying to sell you something or they want to message you so they can try to sell you graphics or something. And that's okay. I respect that. I actually bought some graphics for my stream a couple of years ago, individual.
Are you afraid? I ask. Your knuckles white with light. Do you recall?
But Apollo, I didn't have any. While I am involved in Distant Worlds 3 and I'll be leading with them Sunday, I don't have any interest in that community goal. Hey, options, welcome in. How are you today? I got $1 billion, man. I'm heading back to my carrier. I'm in my private group because I have $1 billion.
Scan starting. Stand by.
Usually I'm in open, but I'm in my private group because it's the weekend and I don't want to get ganked or something or stream sniped. Well, I've got 1 billion credits to turn in. Pretty good one day's work though, 1 billion credits. I've been lucky with some Stratum Tectonica. Again, I'll look at the map, but I'm sure everything has been done here. Yeah, that would be nice. I wouldn't mind a couple of more of the cargo racks for my other ships, but it's just not worth it. I think my last understanding from the Galnet or something was you had to have over 6,000 tons to get into the top 75%. And that's not a big deal. These all have first footfalls anyway, which is completely to be expected. Completely to be expected. I mean, I'm 2 jumps from my carrier. I'm in the bubble, so I expect everything of any value to already be done. But I had my Panther Clipper maxed out. I wouldn't mind a couple to put in my Type 8. Is it Type 8? Yeah. But
Adjusting for journey.
it is what it is. 7,300? Yeah, well, I knew that was going to go up. I mean, that would not be that hard to do, to load up my carrier with some stuff, jump nearby, or jump in the system if you can, but jump nearby and just get a bunch of power converters or something, you know.
As you like.
But options, I rebooted my computer and everything's been running very smoothly. GPU's not even maxing out and stuff. I mean, it's still not great frame rates, but it's been very stable. Mostly. I'm not even going to check the map, 'cause the next system is where my carrier is at. Nara has it up to 7,300 though. That's not too bad. That indicates some fairly good participation then. That's pretty good.
Course adjustment.
I did do the trees
Amazing.
and the hip
That's quite
system.
something.
And everything, and the other one to get the grade 5 Artemis suit, I did that one because I wanted a grade 5 Artemis suit with night vision. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not unhappy. Like right now, my GPU is at 57, 54%. CPU is, jumping around, but it, nowhere near maxed out. But I am in space. I'm not on the surface. We'll see what happens when I dock with the carrier and stuff here. But I am home. The illustrious research vessel Cat's Purr, dead ahead. And then I'll turn in everything. Then I'll switch over to my Panther Clipper and dock with Dustin's Dilemma and start loading up Tritium. Get a few kilotons of that to take over to the squadron carrier. Oh, the GPU maxes out, don't get me wrong, but it was not just the fact that the GPU maxes out. That means it's working, that's okay. But it was killing other things, that weren't graphically related. Well, that was the problem in one of the CGs. I had done just kind of the bare minimum. I think it was the trees. And because it went on so long, I kept checking back, and every once in a while I'd have to go do some more stuff just to keep... I ended up in the top 50%, I think, of it. But I just wanted to make sure I didn't get bumped down if I got busy doing something else. I didn't want to get knocked out because I still wanted at least to get the minimum reward, Someday I'm going to have to pledge to a power and do some power play stuff if I ever want, like prismatic shields and things. I'm going to have to do that someday. Gone years without ever pledging to a single power yet. I guess I could probably keep doing it. What's your commander name, Apollo the White? Are we friends in game? Not that we need to be. I mean, but you're more than welcome to send me a friend request in game. My commander name's the same as my Twitch name. I primarily do exploration though. Well, you don't have to be out for 4 months. That's the whole thing. I'm going to go out with them, and it takes nothing. I mean, I travel all over the galaxy. I'll go with them and do some stuff, and when I get bored, I'll go off and do my own thing, and then I'll eventually rejoin them and do some more stuff with them. And they don't care. You don't have to stick with them the whole time. I did sign up. I'm in their private group and in their Discord. Just in case they have some kind of taskings or something that they want done for scientific reasons. I'm up for that. I'm kind of hoping they say, we need somebody to go over here and explore, we need someone to go over here and explore, we need someone to go over here and explore, and go do it. That way you feel part of the group, or something, as opposed to just, I'd be doing the same thing I'm doing now anyway. But if somebody somewhere gets some benefit, I expect to make a few $1 billion with Distant Worlds 3. I would make it anyway, but I do need to land.
Ads starting in 1 minute.
Boy, more ads. We all look forward to ads.
Your docking request has been accepted.
So my frame rate's like at 21 right now. But this GPU and stuff, the CPU is working pretty hard, but the GPU is like 80%. This is a CPU bottleneck doing some of this. But once I split my system and I do the OBS stuff on one system and play the game on the other, and then OBS and everything will no longer be a factor.
Good, you're aboard. We should head out, and soon.
Thought about upgrading my CPU. I've got an i5 3600, I think. Thought about upgrading that at some point. $12 billion? $12 billion in 2 years? You must have been doing that. You must have been doing a lot of exploration data and something. 12 billion in 2 years is not a whole lot in exo-bio. It's a lot of money, don't get me wrong, but it's not a whole lot in exo data for that length of time. I'm not saying, I'm not trying to say anything bad about that, but you know, I can do, I average about 300 million per 3 hours. Oh, you don't get to play a lot? Well, that makes perfect sense. But then again, I get picky. I just discard going after low value things. If it's less than like 5 million base value, I pretty much will not even go after it. Well, the first gameplay, the first year I did courier missions and stuff. That was in Horizons and stuff before exobiology. And then I started doing exploration. I remember when I made Elite in first time in exploration. I was real happy about that. Now I'm Elite 5 in exploration and exobiology, so now I just do it for the money. You think you could type any faster there, computer? Are you done? Oh. Why? I had watched some streams because that's how I learned about the game. I discovered the game by watching streamers, and I went, oh, I like this game. So I got it while it was free on Epic initially, and never looked back. It's pretty much the only game I play. You know, 99.9% of the time I'm playing Elite. I'm not playing. I have a bunch of other games. Some of them cost real money, and I just don't play them. How many pages of data do I have here? Well, thanks for the follow. I do appreciate that. That gets me so close to my goal of 500 followers. I'm almost there, like 7 away from my goal. Oh, this is the slowest thing. Universal cartography is always slow though. And I make no money at it. Good, let's go. Let's go get the real money now. Should be about $1 billion. And I have Vista Genomics on my carrier because that's all I do is exobiology. So I can turn on. I take my carrier out and I park it, and I start working a bunch of the stars in that area. Then every day I just go back to my carrier and turn in. Okay, I see the friend request. I'll get to that in a minute there. Apollo the White, thank you very much for that. I would get to it right now, but I have no idea how to do that. I'll have to figure out how to do that from when I'm on foot. I don't do a lot of on foot stuff other than walk out of the ship, scan a plant, and walk back. My FPS is like 15 right now. I lost my RX 580, my main GPU, which was not a powerhouse to speak of anyway, but it went bad, so I had to fall back to this 1050 Ti my son had lying around, and it struggles at times. I guess it has 4 gig of RAM.
Welcome.
It's getting all jittery. 10 frames per second, but nothing's maxed out though. That's what's weird. I'm still waiting for it to pop up. Jeez. 201 base value. Watch this. Watch this. 201 million turns into 1,900,000,000 or 1,000,000,009,000,000. Could be worse. Look at all that stratum. Oh. I don't remember getting that stratum palis. All in one day, 24 hours. I'm gonna go stagger back to the ship so my frame rate will go up again. Hopefully. Whee! Oh, look at that. It is struggling. I've been Stargoids a lot and Orange Phoenix periodically. Orange Phoenix is the he came into my stream and the song's already played. It's called Bob. He let me have access to that. I put it in my playlist. He also gave me some locations of some lightning storms and Lagrange lightning clouds to go visit, and I did that too. Even if they've already been discovered, there are things in this galaxy or things that I have not laid eyes on. So I will go there and, like I was out 57,000 light years away from Sol, and there was some Fonticula fluctus near there. I say near there, things being relative. And I went there and scanned it. It had already been discovered and everything, but I went in there to put my own eyes on it and scanned it because I would probably never, that's the rarest type of Fonticula in the game. And it's very, very possible I'll never ever come across that in real life. So I can now say I've seen it. Most of the streamers are pretty okay, and some of them are very helpful to new people. I try to be helpful and educational to people, and share knowledge, tips about things. Okay, we turned in. I've healed myself. Let's get into the Panther Clipper and go get some tritium now. So I should have 31 ships, but one of them's transferred over to the fleet carrier. I mean the squadron fleet carrier. Might be transferring 2. It's still a little jaggy here. Let's go grab some tritium. Oh, your friend request. I'm sorry, I don't want to get that. It's still a little laggy though. Okay, we're now friends. I have mining. I've got a Type 11 and stuff, and I have done a bit of mining for my carrier, but mostly when I'm out, away from the bubble. If I've got the cash and stuff, I'm lazy. I'll just pay for the tritium. But I have mined many kilotons now of tritium when I'm out away from the bubble to extend my range. Look how slow this is though, man. Hope it recovers from this. And we want to go to Dustin's Dilemma. That's not where we want to go. So laggy, everything's behind what I'm trying to do. Pull up task manager a second. I want to see. I don't know. It has to be something game related that's doing that because nothing new has changed. I mean, it must need to free some memory or do something. Okay, the GPU is at 100%. Not the GPU, but the CPU is at 100%. The GPU is pretty high too, even though it's not doing anything. Let's get into space. Maybe it'll improve. I've had no problems though while I was in space and stuff, and that's okay. However, last night when I was having problems, as soon as I killed OBS, a lot of my problems stopped. So, there's that. Yeah, it's still at 7 FPS here. Oh man. Maybe if I want to hop into Super Cruise, it'll re-instance. Frame rate's coming up now though. 3 million meters. It won't take long to get there. That CPU's at 90. Yeah, the FPS came up a little bit. It's still not the greatest, but better than it was. It means it's going to come back again when I get into the station here, but it's what it is. It's going to be quick trips back and forth here a few times. I'm not going to max out my storage. I need to before I head out to Distant World Stream case. When I come back, I'll be ready to go. But it depends. See where's these noob hammers going to hit me at. Okay, I'm going to want to... Yeah, I want to go over here. No, I don't. Wait a minute. What are you thinking, Commander? Right there. Shit. Counterclockwise. Where's my sound? It does that though when I drop out of... sometimes I drop out of Super Cruise. It takes a moment for the sound to come back from the engines. Oh, 84 Motor Dad, thank you also for the follow. I do appreciate that. I'm gonna try to let this thing auto land and... Yeah, my hands are off of the controller. See how jagged it is? This is all... I wonder if I menu log or something, if that would help. It wasn't a problem until I instanced with the carrier. You know, it seems like it's done something and it doesn't want to let go. Again, though, I normally don't have problems this bad, but my RX 580 died, so I had to fall back to a crappy video card. Yeah, everything's gone good. I just made $1 billion. I've turned in 1 billion credits in exo-biology data. Now I'm going to load up some Trivium and take it over to the Squadron Fleet Carrier. Then to get all ready for Distant Worlds 3, I'm trying to finish up everything. See, I hit the escape key like 45 seconds ago too many times, and it finally caught up. That is weird as hell. Just have to take things slow because I click and nothing happens, so I click again. Oh yeah, it's killing me. CPU's not maxed out, the GPU's not maxed out, but it's slow. A lot of disk activity going on. I didn't check that. I mean, that's all SSDs, so... No. Memory's only half being used. CPU is working hard, though. GPU is working hard. Don't know. I have 32 gig of RAM and it's using like 16 gig right now. Now that's not video RAM, that's CPU, I mean that's system RAM. This particular video card is a TI 1050 Ti. It only has 4 gig of video RAM, so I expect its performance to be crappy, but it shouldn't tie down the whole system like it's doing. But I never had these problems though until I put that card in there. So, but I had to because my RX 580 died. I clicked it. I'm just waiting for the commodities market to come up. I might exit the game and restart the game just to see if that is there a fly? There is a fly or something. Quit. You're gonna die, fly. I might do that. There we go. Click, click. Okay, tritium. Okay, we got tritium. I think I'll do that. As soon as I get this tritium, I'm going to restart the game. Just, I'm sure whatever it does do, it'll be temporary, but let's see if that helps a little bit. Just, I'm curious. So bear with me while I'm gonna quit the desktop, not just menu log. Every signal, every distant flare, the map keeps changing. If that helps at all. Eyes on the stars, forward no end. I'm running the Steam version. I usually run the Epic version, but I thought the Steam version seems to be a little less funky, but let's see. I have a leak from Steam and a leak from Epic. I had it initially from Epic, but Epic had some outages in the last few months. So I went ahead and got the a Steam copy because you've got to be able to play when you want to play, not when Epic has an outage. But I'm gonna try the Epic version anyway. We'll see what we get. I'll go back to open this time because I don't care now. It's just tritium. Each new horizon, hope built to last. I hold the unknown in the palm of my hand. Got the old working spinning wheel for the launcher right now. Hey, we're gonna log in with Epic and see. So what you doing in the game, 84 Motor Dad? What are you playing in the game? I mean, what you doing? I'm gonna have some candy here, folks, so I can mumble even more. It's coming up eventually. I move through the silence, unbroken, bold. I only bought this computer when I discovered Elite Dangerous. I didn't have a Windows gaming machine or anything that could play Elite. All I had was Linux systems. I actually bought this from Best Buy. It's a pre-built fiber power thing. And it's been fine. I had a hard drive failure, an SSD failure, and I replaced that with a bigger SSD. But my RX 580, a couple of weeks ago, I wasn't even playing the game. I was watching some YouTube and everything just went black. I'm like, oh. So I played with it and nothing happened. I took out the RAM and all this other stuff and to try things. And finally I said, well, I hope it's the video card, not the CPU or the motherboard. And I stuck in a cheap video card and it worked. And I was like, okay. So that tells me. Then I tried the RX 580 in a different computer. And still they had no joy. Tried different power supplies and things, and little blue light comes on it, but it's dead. I'm sure it's probably repairable, but I don't. It could be a fuse, it could be a blown MOSFET or something. No telling. Well, I've actually started playing with Linux on some other systems now, and I got Elite to run. They've made some really good headway, man. Once I got, I put this TI-50 on the Linux machine, and because I couldn't get Elite to run, it would start, but it would not get past the planetary shader thing. So I put a different video card in there, and it just worked. I installed Steam and let Steam install the game, and poof, it worked. I tried the Epic version with the Heroic or Lutris launcher, and it just worked. Now I'm trying to get Elite Observatory Core, which is the third-party tool I use for exobiology and stuff, to work under Linux. I've got it partially working, but I've got to still tweak some launcher stuff or the environment a bit to get it to work. Or hopefully the developers can make some changes to make it, work a little easier. All right, we should have it load of Tritium. Left off where we need. Okay, we do. Head over to Cat's Purr and unload. Do this a couple more times. The frame rate's back up to 20 right now. We'll see how long this lasts. I mean, this is playable like this, but when it gets all janky like that, it's a pain. I guess once I make a few real bucks, real money, real life money, I will try to buy and probably end up buying a used video card and take my chances that way. If I could find somebody that has another RX 580 or something. Well, there are several people that use Linux, and I mean, I'm real familiar with Linux, don't get me wrong. I had tried playing with Elite years ago under Linux, but with the versions of Wine at the time, it just wasn't mature enough, and it was just too much of a pain. Though I do believe some people actually succeeded in getting it running, especially the Legacy of Horizons. I'm sorry, I got this hard candy in my mouth. But they've made some really big headway with the Proton environment and stuff, and some even the newer Wine stuff. And most of my games from Steam and stuff or Epic just run. I mean, I ran Stray, I ran Callisto Protocol, I think it's called, which I haven't played really, but it was free. And Elite. I have not tried Cyberpunk or Star Citizen yet, but I don't really play those games anyway. So, and certainly this video card would really struggle with either one of those games. I could run both of them with my RX 580 though. Satisfactorily to me. I'm not picky. My monitors are HDMI, they're the cheap Best Buy monitors, Samsungs. They're 60 hertz rates, so I'm not a big FPS person. I don't need 120 FPS or anything like that. I could probably not tell the difference anyway. But things like video stutters and delays, you click on something and a delay and it happening, that's different. But I can live with a slower frame rate, Well, I have Elite Discovery, Elite Observatory Core. I have ED Copilot, which I don't use, but I have it. And several other programs, and some of them use like OBS and some streaming tools and stuff. Oh, that must be nice. I have played Elite on I've got a 49 or 51 inch TV downstairs, and I've hooked the computer to it and played Elite. Man, and I tell you, playing Elite in VR, my son gave me a Quest 2 VR headset, and once I got that working, that was awesome. I never hardly play in it in VR anymore, but it is beautiful. Man, And once I have a real system where I can do stuff, and I need more buttons on my, where am I going? I need more buttons on my joystick, so I don't have to take my hands off and to use the keyboard that I cannot see with the VR headset on. Why am I crawling? Oh, I'm in the Panther Clipper. I'm like, why am I crawling? Wrong ship. I'm not, jeez. That's not the game doing that. This ship is just slow. I'm playing on my big TV. That is pretty nice. So I use 3 monitors because I stream. And when my hard drives failed, I put a lead on a much smaller, weaker computer, and I could play it. So I tried streaming it while I was playing it, and that didn't work out so well. But I had it hooked to the big TV, and that was pretty nice. But I had 3 monitors, and that's another thing. I had to buy an adapter because this card didn't have enough display ports and things. I had a DVI, so I had to get a DVI to HDMI adapter to get my 3rd monitor back. But what I was trying to say is when I tried streaming before with 1 monitor, I don't know how people can do that with 1 monitor. Oh my god, that was such a pain. But I've got game in front of me, I've got OBS and one of the third-party tools over here, and I've got Twitch over here, chat over here. Excuse me. I just don't know how people can possibly stream with 1 monitor. Alt-tabbing between things is a pain in the ass, or using your cell phone for chat. That's just not workable. Let's go do this again now. This about 3 or 4 more times. We're lumbering well. Still better than the Type 9. I'll give it that. Every scan and every side gets sent back through the night. It's in the box. I said, where's my VR headset? I was real happy that the Quest 2 would fit over my glasses, so I could use it. You should do the streaming. I don't stream to play the game. I stream actually to chat with people. Because I don't have a life. I'm retired. I stream when I want. And I don't have friends, really. So I pretty much stream to chat with people. And in fact, my gameplay really suffers when I'm chatting. If I'm trying to have a conversation and chat, and that's okay because I stream to chat. I don't stream to play. Unless I'm killing pirates with people. Then if I'm streaming, well, my chat really suffers because I'm focusing on what I'm doing. Here we go. Now I'm 68. Well, I'll be 68 here in a few months, but I really don't have friends. I've got friends, but well, they're more, they're not close friends, And I don't go out at all, except to go to the store or occasionally to Walmart or something. I don't really do anything, so this is pretty much all I do. So I enjoy chatting. I like it when people come in and chat with me. I learn a lot from people in chat, especially when I first started playing the game and streaming. People would come in and they would give me a suggestion on how to do something, and like as an example, here I'm trying to mine, and I know nothing about mining. I'm gonna snooze that ad. I know nothing about mining at the time. And I get this pulse wave analyzer, and I'm trying to surface mine, not deep core mine. So I'm sending out the pulse, and I'm looking for glowing green rocks, and I'm in a tritium hotspot or whatever hotspot, and someone said, just start blasting some rocks. So I did, and holy cow, there was stuff around me, and I kept trying to focus on just the deep core type responses. And several times people have come in and given me information, helpful information. And I try to pay that forward, you know, when people come in with a question or something, or I'm always talking. I'm almost always talking, whether there's viewers or not, because all my stuff goes up on YouTube later. And more people watch my stuff on YouTube than come into my stream. And so I'm always trying to narrate what I'm doing. So if you watch any of my streams consistently, you'll hear me repeat things, because I'm always saying why I'm doing something, or I try to, unless I'm just in a bad mood or not feeling good, which happens more often than not. But so I'm always, you know, I'm trying to share what I know with other people. Not, you know, I'm not saying I'm better than anyone, but I know from experience that watching other streamers play and stuff and understand why they do it is really helpful. It's time saving. It's a time saving thing to learn how to do things more efficiently. And you're right. I'm not real familiar with other communities. I mean, my dad is a gamer and stuff, but people in Elite are very helpful. Very helpful. They're always willing to help people. Now, so far since I restarted the game, it's been much better. Not perfect, but much better. At least it's playable now. I was talking about the Elite Observatory tool I use, and how earlier, and one time I was looking for some Aliota. I don't know if you ever do exobiology. Aliota is a type of biology, though. And all I kept finding, even though it said there was Aliota in this area, all I kept finding was what I thought was tussock. And I've already mentioned this earlier, but somebody in chat spoke up and says, if you click on the species name in Elite Observatory's BioInsights, it'll show you a picture. And I did, and I was like, oh, that's that tussock I thought that was tussock. And that turned out to be the actual developer of the program was in my chat. He comes in every now and then, you know. That's cool. I'm always talking about BioInsights, though, and how helpful it is. Because nowadays I'm picky about what I do for exobiology. I only go after higher value items, and BioInsights is very good at listing the possible life on a planet when you scan it. And if something of high value is not listed, then I just ignore it, typically. And that saves me time, because the length of time it would take me to go down and get some low value item, I could scan 2 or 3 more systems and possibly find something of higher value, not have to waste my time with $1 million bacteria. I figure I'll do 4 or 5 Panther trips here, and then spend 15 minutes waiting for the carrier to jump over to where the Squadron Fleet carrier is. 3 hours left on the CG. Well, I'm not going to make it. I do think power converters or stuff are available in my system, though. I mean, I could load up, but if it takes 7,500, that would maybe like 6 Panther Clipper loads or more. Not going to happen. You get less than optimal travel between Catspur and myself. Power generators, not converters. Yeah. Yeah, I've got
Ads
those
starting
here, though.
in 1 minute.
I'm pretty sure I have them in my system. I have everything for colonization, at least. I don't know about shipbuilding, except for ceramic and CMM composites. I've had pretty much everything else in this system to do colonization stuff. But I've given up on colonizing the rest of the system. There's no way I'm going to get a tier 3. I was really wanting a tier 3, but I'm not going to tear my colonized system apart just to manipulate the tier 3 credits to do that. I've got a good economy and I've got all the materials I could want, so I'm not going to screw with it. I think it requires 18 tier 3 credits now to build a tier 3, and there's no way I can do that without destroying something and rebuilding it and destroying it a zillion times to get that many credits. So, no dodeck for me. Oh, it's getting light. Supposed to get cold later, start getting cold later today here. Get below freezing. Trying to decide if I'm going to bring one of the outside cats in. I don't know if it's going to be quite cold enough for that yet. That's how I ended up with 5 cats last winter. I brought a female cat in that was pregnant because it was like 22 degrees outside. And I'd been feeding her and stuff, so I brought her inside, and she was very pregnant. And she had her babies, and now I have 5 cats. 5 more cats. But I always planned on getting rid of those kittens to find them. I haven't even named the kittens. They have it's been a year, almost, and I haven't even given them names because I'd planned on giving them away or finding them homes. I still give them away if I could find a home. I don't need 9 cats, 8 cats, whatever I have now. Who knows? I know it's expensive. They eat a lot now. Get them wet food was a treat, and they want that all the time. They can chop down on that stuff. Make sure I offloaded this material before I go there. Okay. You ever done that? Made a trip, hauling cargo or something, you either forget to actually grab the cargo or you forget to offload it? Who here has not done that? I've done it more than once, I'm sad to say. Especially during the colonization. I've never used Exploration Buddy. I have voice attacked. I don't need EDMC because I have Elite Discovery and it does everything EDMC does pretty much. I don't have the EDHM UI because I don't care about that. The Raven Colonial and ED Colony I've looked at. The material helper thing is a good. One of them was, I don't remember which one. It was a website based one, but it was really good for the materials if you're doing it by yourself. And the ED Colony or something is the one Stargoid, I think, it was involved with or something. Seems to be really good if you have a bunch of people helping. I know nothing about Raven. But he said he uses Raven. No, oh yeah, Raven Colonial. Yeah, okay. Well, the third-party tools have really matured too. I mean, for a long time we were just stuck with, like Inara or something, but there are some really sophisticated tools now. I was actually looking at the APIs and stuff, the types of APIs some of these databases use. I was thinking about trying to do some programming stuff. I'm a programmer from a long time ago. That was my career in the Air Force, was as a computer programmer and stuff. And for years I've done a lot of programming. But nothing for Windows. No Windows-based stuff, so... But there are a couple of things that I would like to be able to do that I haven't seen any other tools do yet, even though someone said EDJP could do it, but I haven't seen that functionality yet. Well, that sounds like a really optimum way to use it there, Apollo. I've only colonized personally my one system, and instead of building the tier 3 first, you know, I started out like most people, was small, and then with the way they kept jerking the economies around, I kept building things and trying to get the economy to be a certain way, and I finally got it to go where I want. But now I've maneuvered myself out of being able to build a tier 3 because I just simply can't. Here, I'll show you my system. There's just simply no way for me to simply I'm already in architect view. This is my system I've colonized, and I have a bunch of stuff, but I have tritium in this ring, I have tritium hotspots in this ring, I've got Hazreses, pirates, which is my two favorite things is exploration and pirate hunting. And I've got all the materials pretty much that I wanted to get, but there's no way I can get a say for example I want to build a tier 3 here. Well, I don't even need to do that. It shows it at the bottom of the page. Hang on. Well, I have 10 points, tier 3 points. If I want to build a tier 3, it's going to take me
Test the hull at its extreme.
18. There's no way I can get 18 points without destroying some currently built stuff and rebuilding it to get the, you know, to get more points. And I'm talking, that's a lot. I would have to probably do 40 or 50 systems or some, or iterations of building, you know, tier 1s to get tier 2 credits, to get then build tier 2s to get tier 3 credits. There's just no way I'm going to do that. Next time, if I colonize another system, I'm going to build a tier 3 right off the bat, you know, so it doesn't take so many tier 3 credits to do it. Because I kind of priced myself out of the market there, and that's okay. I just kind of wanted a tier 3 though.
Permission authorized. Since mighty you are approved for automated docking.
I'm not a master at colonization, but I have everything I wanted. And you said power generators or not, what was it you said that they needed for the power generators, not converters. Okay, I'll check while I'm here to see. I know one of the stations, several of the stations here has, and maybe a settlement has those. I think, I could be wrong, it might be the power converters I'm thinking of. I guess I could check Anara. It's probably not up to date, but it shouldn't have changed. I learned that Anara doesn't update your colonized systems inventory unless somebody goes there and opens it, that sends data back. I don't want to treat him so.
Confirmed contact. Engaging docking.
Power.
You are most welcome, Commander.
Our generators. That is not the nearest star system. Why doesn't it know where I'm at? Hang on. Let me import the game data so it will know that where I'm at.
Another system on my screen.
Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, now it's right.
Steady on controls as the scanner comes alive.
Our generators.
Beneath me hum. Every jump takes me further out.
Yeah, I've got thousands, literally thousands of them.
Looking back
In one of my stations. It's an outlook, but it's only got a medium pad. But the next system over has 300,000. So if I was curious, I was right. I do have some, just not at this station. It's at DuPont. Like I say, I have most of everything I want now. I think I even have food cartridges and stuff or something, but there was something I didn't have, but not a big deal. Usually it's only a requirement for a small amount of them anyway.
Touchdown on a rocky world. First steps in the
See how much faster this is than the last time I did that before I restarted the game. That was much more responsive now.
every scare reveals the truth, not just
Definitely playable now. Before I restarted the game, it getting pretty lame.
different person than before.
Disengage from landing pad. Exit
These words have opened up my core. Each world I find something in me.
I get this stuff done. Squadron carrier, my donation to the squadron carrier's tritium supply done. I'll come back here and go eat, and, goof off, and try not to sleep through all evening. And since I woke up like at 4 o'clock, I won't be taking a nap anytime soon. Well, I guess I woke up about 3:30, but maybe do some pew-pews later. I'm in South Mississippi. I am 14 miles from the Gulf of America, about halfway. I don't know if you know where Biloxi, Mississippi is. I'm close to that. I'm north of a town called Ocean Springs. It's halfway between Mobile, Alabama, and New Orleans, Louisiana. I don't care if people know where I live. I'm on the internet in many places, so I don't do anything that warrants anybody coming to stalk me. Not like I'm rich or anything. I'm not a cute furry, so no one's gonna bug me. Besides that, everybody around here is armed to the teeth. Just saying. And when I say cold, we get thrilled when it snows. We get real snow like every 15 years or so. And we already had snow, I had like 6 inches, 5 inches of snow in my yard last time it really snowed. That wasn't that long ago. So there was, at first they were saying there was a chance of getting a couple of inches of snow with this line that's coming through, but it's going to miss us, not form over us. It's going to be northeast of us. Cold air will get here though. I know. When it rains or it's cold, my poor dog, I have a pit bull, and she'll go out there and do her little squat to pee, and I'm like, get her done. Or poo, get her done, get out of there. She ain't got no fur to speak of to keep her warm. She got lots of fat though. She's a fat dog. Neighbor lady calls my dog Wide Load. When we got her from the shelter, she was all prime physical shape, shaped like a pit bull. Now she looks like a loaf of bread. She's happy though.
Hey, welcome back.
In fact.
I guess we're heading out somewhere pointless again.
Okay.
Welcome, Commander.
I think I'll do 2 more trips. That, I mean, I can donate more than that. I just have something for my carrier too, but I can get that later. While I'm sitting around vegging out, I can Grab some tritium from my carrier.
I tell you now, my soul's transport lives in the question, what if I? The void calls out with siren song, and I must answer, I belong.
You're in Minnesota. What part of Minnesota are you in, if you don't mind me saying? Are you saying? I don't know how you guys live up there. I'm sure it's very beautiful sometimes in the year. My wife is from Michigan. She lived in Michigan for a long time. She was actually born in Bangkok. She's an American. She was just a military brat. But I don't... She'd tell me stories about all the snow up to the roof and all these things. I'm like, fuck that. When I got out of the Air Force, we moved to Tampa for a couple of years, and that was nice, except for it rained every day at 3 o'clock. And I'm from Oklahoma. You know, and went from tornadoes to hurricanes. I've been here pretty much since 1980, with a brief stint in Tampa. Let's not get slammed by that new band. Let's go.
There's an empty seat.
Tampa was pretty sweet though at the time. I had a job with GTE/Verizon. Remember, bought out by Verizon. Really good job though. Then when I quit that, I came back here because my wife wanted to move back here near her parents. So we did that. We built this house I'm living in. And I worked in Pensacola. I drove 107 miles just to get to work every day and 107 miles back. Did that for several years. Then I took a local job here and like 15 years and then retired.
Wake up. Battle Halo survey is rating. Forcing 12 victims to suffer through your stream.
Alright. Why is my hotkey not working? Oh, there it is. Welcome in, Raiders. Thanks for the raid. I don't know how to say your name, Lucy. But welcome in, everybody. Orange Phoenix, we were talking about you earlier. Your ears must have been burning. Thank you very much, though. I hope you had a good stream. Satisfactory, huh? I've never played Satisfactory. What's that game about? It's an OP. We were just talking about you earlier, though. How helpful people are, and your name came up as on the good side of that group. Arg House 07, welcome in also. I'm just loading up some tritium to take over to the squadron fleet carrier now. Turned in $1 billion worth of exo-bio data earlier. So it's been a good 24 hours. So what is Satisfactory? What kind of game is that? I know nothing about that. I don't get out of the Elite Dangerous world much. I'll do one more trip in the Panther Clipper here with another load after this, then I'll head over to the squadron carrier. Okay, I have seen that. What's the other game that just came out not too long ago that people are starting to play too? But who was it that was playing Satisfactory? That sounds like something. Mom and Pop Gaming or somebody was playing something. Star Citizen, but all on foot. Star Rupture, okay. That's the other game, Well, that happens in Elite, doesn't it?
Commander of destiny.
We go around the planet. That's what we'll do.
Along the sacred way, the universe calls to
Wow, I'm three followers from my goal. Thank you, guys. At least according to the stream manager.
try and take me to infinity without a leap into
Ooh, I was watching somebody the other day. It might have. Let me see something here. If I get lined up here.
Searching for light. Nebulae of
I'm trying to actually see.
their silent song. Scanning, getting every sun, each life yet undiscovered.
I don't think it's blue. Okay. Yeah, I followed you back. I was just trying to see if I already followed you. How did you just discover me on browsing or something? To raid me? Oh, you also play, okay. You're your own role model, thank you. I don't know what's gonna happen when I reach the goal. Nothing probably. It's just a Twitch goal I set up, but for 500 followers, it's just kind of a personal goal. I don't know. I'm gonna plan on maybe when I get 1,000 followers. I will do something special. I don't know what. What can you do that's special in Elite Dangerous? Oh, well, that's very kind of them. I appreciate it. We were talking earlier about, I mentioned the Bob song. And your name came up and about how you'd, not you, I mean, but Orange Phoenix, how you had suggested I think it was a Lagrange lightning cloud. I'm going to look for a different colored one. You gave me a location near the, I think it was you, near the galactic core that I went to get some pictures and video clips of it. So I did, made a day trip, went down there to the core to get it. That's what I do. Somebody will come in the chat and go, you should go here and see it, and I'll pull it up on the galaxy map and go, I will, and I do. I'll go. I went 57,000 light years to see Fonticula Fluctus.
I guess we're
Yeah, out near
destined for great
Sag, just to the west, yeah, the west of it, a little bit.
Commence shutdown.
Breaking for
So I went 57,000 light years just to see Fonticula Fluctus.
but I push through into the night.
Sadly, my game's performance is pitiful. My RX 580 GPU died the other day, so I've had to fall back on a 1050 Ti, and it does not have nearly the capabilities that my R580 had. 580 is not a modern day powerhouse either, but it's far superior to the 1050.
Fire deep inside.
Until I get that replaced, I'm stuck with what I got. It's all good though, it works.
Lasers cut the rock.
Yeah, my 580, it's just been a solid player, and if I can find a used one, I'll get one, another one. I had no complaints really about it because I don't need a lot of FPS. All my monitors currently are 60 hertz monitors anyway, and I don't do a lot of on-foot stuff, so I don't need really fast stuff. And the 580 plays every game I have, it plays. And they're playable, for me at least. So, been good. Now, this poor TI-50 though, weird things happen when I started using it. I start getting all kinds of weird issues. How did I come across? Back in 2020, late 2020, all I had was Linux machines. I didn't have a Windows machine that could play any games. And I wasn't really a gamer, but I stumbled across Twitch. And of course I like space stuff, so I discovered the Elite Dangerous category. And I found a guy, I cannot for the life of me, I cannot remember the commander's name. He was very nice though. But he was playing on a PlayStation, and this is playing Horizons, and I was like, man, I like that game. And then it became available for free. He told me it was for free on Epic. And I was like, cool. So I went ahead and logged into Epic, created an account, and got it and reserved it for free. But I couldn't play it. So I went to Best Buy and I bought this computer. It's, you know, a gaming computer with an i5 3800, 3600, I don't know, something. But it would play it. And that's how I discovered it. And I pretty much have been playing it that's pretty much all I play, other than a game called Stray, a cat game. I have Star Citizen, I have Cyberpunk, Star Wars Battlefront, almost every other game that Epic throws out for free I reserve or something. And I can load them and they'll play, but I don't play them, as yet. I don't really do anything except play Elite Dangerous. But I really did. I just happened to see somebody playing this game, and I love flying games. On the Xbox, my son's a gamer. We used to play Ace Combat and Halo and stuff. And while I'm not even good at PvP on foot stuff, it's still fun to do. And I really liked Ace Combat. I also had DCS World, which I've installed and played, but I've never played it just to make sure it works. But I really fell in love with this game, and when they came out with Odyssey, man, and then I just, once it got more stable and stable as time's gone on, it's been a great game. I really do like it. I've never tried No Man's Sky. I got kind of turned off to No Man's Sky, not by other people's comments, but it looks so cartoony. At least especially at the beginning, and I didn't really like that look. It may be fine. I mean, it's I've watched people play it, and it looks fine. It really looks good in many respects, just as Star Citizen looks really good. I just haven't got past that. If it was for free, I might try playing it, but I don't know. It's very artistic. But that's what I like about Elite is its borders kind of unrealistic in a lot of things. I won't say all of its graphics are realistic, but the way things behave in the game are more realistic, especially if you turn flight assist off, which I rarely do. What am I doing here? I need to go back and get another load and finish this up so I can get started. I did unload right. I've made that mistake before. I forget to unload and I go get another load, and all of a sudden I got no room. In fact, that's something I briefly mentioned just prior to the raid. Was that, who hasn't done that? That's how we got onto colonization, in fact. I said, yeah, it's happened to me a lot of times when I was colonizing so much and just making so many routine trips back and forth. I'd forget to either pick up or forget to unload. But No Man's Sky looks okay, but I just don't own it yet. The Star Citizen looks really good. It's come a long way. It looks really, really good. But it's just not the kind of game that as yet. I'm kind of reticent to judge a game if I haven't played it. I've watched it, but that doesn't mean you can't still be immersed in it and have fun with it.
Ads starting in 1 minute.
Well, it's not that I'm not a big fan of on-foot stuff. I haven't done a lot of it. I'll make some more candy, sorry. But I suck at it. And I know I'd get better with it, you know, especially if I take my hands off a joystick, using a mouse and keyboard, I'm just not, I don't know, I really like the immersion of flying with a joystick and stuff. When I played the game called Stray, a cat game, I needed to use a controller, and I have a controller, and I mean, that caused me so many problems because I wasn't used to using a controller, but I finally adapted. Ads are going to be running here in a few seconds. Sorry about that, guys. It happens. I already snoozed it a couple of times. So.
Another system I've never crossed.
Flying along with this 20 frames per second. Oh, yeah. I can live with that when it starts getting delayed and latency and responding to keyboard commands and stuff like it was earlier. That was a problem. Keep looking up here at the GPU and stuff to just, it all looks fine. I mean, it's working, but it's not maxed out or anything. So. And I have 32 gig of RAM. And the problems are worse with this video card. I mean, it still had similar, but not as bad problems with the RX 580 at times, but it's much worse with this Ti or the 1050. Right, so I think this will be the last load I'm going to get here. Then I'll set my carrier up to try to jump to where the I probably have enough time while the carrier is jumping to come get another load though, frankly. And worst comes to worst, I miss the carrier jump and have to jump over in the Panther Clipper. That could take a while. But I did make $1 billion. I turned in $1 billion credits in exo-biology data when I came back into the system. Yesterday I left here and I'd been watching Oz Haleron, and he's trying to get into exobiology a little bit, and he'd stumbled across some stratum tectonica, but he couldn't find it. And I was bored, and I said, you're only 7,000 light years out. I'm going to hop out there and I'm going to go find that stratum. So I did. I headed out there, and on the way I did some stuff, and I found some stuff. Went there, found his stratum. Way back, I found a bunch more stratum and stuff, and ended up with $1 billion in one day of just doing exobiology. So it was all good. Did I target my carrier? I do not believe so. Yeah. As I was saying earlier, when I'm chatting, my gameplay really suffers. But I don't stream to play the game. I stream to talk, to chat with people. So I enjoy chatting with people and talking to myself a whole lot when I stream. But that's okay. As I said, my streams get watched more on YouTube, my VODs do, than they do on when I'm live. So I tend to narrate and talk a lot about what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. So you'll hear me repeat myself innumerable times if you watch any of my streams consistently or VODs. Because somebody on YouTube will stumble across my stream, and you know, that way they can follow along with what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. At least I hope that, in theory, that's the theory. And I do that because I watch a lot of YouTuber game stuff about Elite and stuff, and that's how I learn. And I assume people watch my streams attempting to learn about certain things or certain aspects of the game, and hopefully they learn something from me every once in a while. I was an instructor in the Air Force for 6 years, so I like to teach. I didn't say I was any good at it. I like to teach. I spent 20 years in the Air Force. In the first 6, I was an instructor, and I cross-trained in computer programming after that. Stopped teaching. I might give No Man's Sky a try someday. Just like I will probably give Star Citizen a try, more of a try. I played it a little bit. I think the first time I played it, I ended up walking like forever to get to the hangar. A friend gave me a Techno Freak gave me the game, and he also gifted me a ship package thing. So I didn't have to pay anything, or for Star Citizen and stuff. So but when I first played it, it had a lot of bugs, like holes in the floor or weird things happening and things, and had a really beautiful detailed station that you crossed across to get to your ship or something. Trying to figure that stuff out was a pain now. Because the mechanic in the on the aircraft, but you said something about someone in the Navy or something earlier too, didn't you? There are a lot of us veterans, out here. People of aircraft mechanics, though, especially certain aircraft, they can make some serious buck in the civilian world. Or they get, as a civilian, they come back to the Air Force as a contractor, making tons of money. I worked for the Navy when after I left Tampa and came back here. I worked for the Navy as a system administrator at Softly Field in Pensacola. That's where I had to drive 107 miles. But I was a subcontractor. Paid really well. I bet he didn't make stained glass in the Navy, though. That was a hobby of his. I've watched some videos of that, but I've never seen anybody do it in real life. Some of the craftsmanship of the people doing that. I saw on the video they were like hammering out and making the, was it lead or something that went around the, in between the pieces of glass and stuff. It was pretty cool. Takes some skill to do things. I can do a lot of things, but I can't make them pretty. My wife used to say I could make a website work, but it was ugly as hell. She'd have to make it pretty. Okay, do I want to do one more load before yeah, I'll go ahead and do one more load. Since I'm talking so much, it's not like I have anywhere I have to be. I'm just getting some excess tritium to transfer over to the squadron fleet carrier as a donation.
Ship release. Keep your focal
Light reveals new worlds beyond compare. These empty spaces call, and I must answer all through asteroid fields and solar winds.
That's cool that he can do that. I don't have any skills like that. I used to do some woodworking and metalwork and things, but I was never good at it. I mean, I can make a table or I can make a chair, but it'd be functional, and that would be all it is. And I never had the tools to do some of those things the right way. And I found, especially doing electronic work and stuff, I'm a ham operator. I've been a ham operator since I was 14. So I built a lot of electronic things and mechanic stuff, but I found that without the right tools, things that are really not that hard can become really difficult to do. And I never could, frankly speaking, I never could afford a lot of times, the right tools for something that I use so rarely. Okay, where is the station? Oh, there it is. That's one of those things that you got to be good at and patient and stuff, because one screw up, and set you back hours or something, or maybe not even something you can recover from without starting over. Because you got to cut, not only do you have to frame the glass, you have to cut the glass and stuff. And And again, without the right tools, that could be a real pain. Specialized tools in some regards, you know. Let me put you guys full screen here.
Light years can't contain my flight into the endless night. Where no light's been seen before, that's where I make my home. Breaking through to cosmic roar, always more.
With this done, I will set course to head the carrier jump in. Maybe I'll try making another run just for the fun of it.
Docking successful.
See if I can beat the clock.
Greetings, Commander.
I mean, if I don't waste time, I shouldn't have any trouble, but yeah. We'll see. We'll make it fun and challenging. I swear the price has dropped. It was $50K a while ago. Until I like cats, because like this ship's Eric Cat. My exploration ship is called Curious Cat. Curious Cats Purr. A lot of my ships are named after past and present cats that I've had. One of my stations is named after one of my cats. He recently passed away. He's Smokey. Well, there's several songs about Smokey also playing that AI created for me. All the music you hear is AI generated. It's almost all of it's exploration themed and stuff. Some people don't like AI slop, but yeah, it was free and it's copyright free, so get over it.
These stars have been so kind. These stars know my name.
I've also gotten into making videos. I need more clips though. Speaking of clips, I need some deep core mining clips of the asteroid blowing up. I've done that like a couple of times just to do it, but I don't have any video clips of it. I need a couple of really good video clips of that I can use to put in some videos. Video shorts or something, you know.
Systems drawing near, but now I'm not so sure I'll steer back.
So if any of you guys out there have any dreams, good explosions of deep core things, and you don't mind me flipping parts of your stream or something, let me know where it's at, and I will steal it. Okay, I have to figure out where the carrier is. I don't think he's moved the carrier, so... Last time I was able to jump my carrier in the same system with the squadron carriers, so we'll see. I've got a bookmark, so it shouldn't be a problem finding it. I already have bookmarked several of the Distant Worlds 3 carriers. I went to visit them and bookmark them so I can find them easily later. If I'm going to travel with them initially, but at some point I'll get bored and go off on my own and do stuff and then come back and rejoin them later. Sadly, I didn't get signed up for the mass jump. It's all full now.
Howdy.
That's okay though.
Now I'm flying solo through the black, but I can feel you by my
Speaking of Smokey, there's Smokey's song.
Navigate every risk, you help me ride. Smokey, you showed me how to be brave when the universe felt to home. You're the reason I still fly through the nebulae and asteroid fields. I carry what you gave. Smokey, you taught me how to be brave. Still reaching for the stars like you showed me how. Remember that first alien world? You jumped right off the ramp while I stood frozen at the threshold. You made that strange place feel like camp. The way you faced each new frontier like it was just another room made me realize fear's a choice and courage can cut through the gloom. Smokey, you showed me how to be brave when the universe felt too wide. You're pouring every empty home. You're the reason I still fly through the nebulae and asteroid fields. I carry what you gave. Smokey, you taught me how to be
How
brave.
much time we got? 15 minutes.
8 years we sailed the cosmic sea together.
Let's go see if we can make another run in this length of time before they carrier locks down.
Loneliness would hit too hard. You'd curl up close and stand on guard. Now
Only
every
200
planet
likes
that
if I have to jump it myself. That's okay.
They call me elite commander now, but you're the one who showed me how to face the dark and trust my heart. Even when we're worlds apart, your spirit rides in every ship that takes this crazy cosmic trip. And when new pilots lose their way, I tell them what you'd always say. That little sound you used to make when morning came and we'd awake to find ourselves in some new place, still echoes through this endless space. You showed me how to be brave when the universe felt too wide. You're pouring every empty tub. You're the reason I still fly through the nebulae and I still feels I carry what you gave. Smokey, you taught me how to be brave. Smokey's legacy lives. Little puzzle metaphors forever in my heart.
Welcome to the station, Commander. Please fly safely.
Okay.
Access authorized. Here's landing of pad 390.
Charted courses through the dark, where asteroids dance and plasma sparks. My ship cuts through the cosmic dust. In elite commander, we trust. The void calls out my name.
Got quiet, guys.
As I navigate by starlight. The galaxy awaits.
The Smokey was my crewman. He always is in my lap. I'd be flying and he'd be sitting in my lap. For years.
The stars burning satellite bright in this endless space. I will never die. La 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 la, across the Milky Way.
Docking complete. Commence power down.
I'm gonna just keep this tritium aboard the Panther Clipper. I'll need to transfer it to the cargo hold of my carrier just to transfer it back when I get there.
While enemy ships around me sweep, but courage flows within my veins as pulse lasers break their chains. Discovery waits beyond each jump. My heart beats like a plasma pump. The unknown calls to me.
And doing this gives me something to do while the carrier timer elapses. So we don't just sit around chatting all the time while we're waiting for the carrier to go.
Breaking through the night, forging paths where others fear to fly. Commander of the stars, burning satellite bright in this endless
We do want
space.
to expedite our travel.
Across the Milky Way. I'll find another day. Commanders in the black when you're flying solo, never looking back. Thargoids in the distance, an addiction threat, but I got my wits and my Corvette set. From Beagle Point to Sagittarius, A-star, I've been places that would leave you scarred. Running in the range, train records, fight fights in the neighborhoods. My reputation, it goes through the ports. Don't federate space to get
Trapped in this gravity well too much.
legend that the spaces tell. Dans l'immensité de l'espace profond, je vole vers un avenir fécond. Les étoiles me montrent le chemin vers un destin plus que certain. I am the forerunner.
I think we made it with time to spare.
I will never die. We'll find another day.
Tried this one time and I got docking permission and then it canceled it because it just didn't quite make the cutoff. But I'm not going to be doing any more exploration the rest of the stream. I'm just going to be moving some tritium and then I'm going to call it. Once I'm done unloading the tritium.
Howdy, partner.
Far away. No one's been here before me now. I'll find a way, don't matter how.
10 minutes.
Through the dark and endless
I might take a bio break while I'm waiting for the tritium to jump.
world that catches my
Sounds like a good thing. It's been almost 4 hours. So.
And I
That's my
know
coffee.
that I was made for this. Every system.
So I'll be right back, guys. In about 2 minutes. Won't take very long. I'm not even going to get coffee.
Every horizon calls my name. Nothing left to hold me back again. Out here where the stars are bright and new. There's always one more frontier to break through. Break through. Shots are blank and sensors clear. All these wonders drawing near. Let them say it can't be done while I'm chasing distant suns. In my ship I feel alive as these cosmic waves are ride. Every scan reveals the way to places where I'll make my way. We are all explorers at heart, born to push the boundaries of art. Time to rise, time to fly beyond what meets the eye.
Okay. I'm back.
Pulse racing,
What
shields
time
up.
we got?
You and I keep going from the edge of the map to the next new side.
Man, time I could have made another run.
Scanning stars far past the known. Each one a fire, chance of
The sound you hear is me cracking a boiled egg. 6 minutes.
we won't turn around. We command the stars. Hearts set on the line.
I don't know what the first waypoint for Distant Worlds 3 is. I don't think they've announced it yet. I'm just going to go along for the ride and see where they take us. Maybe they'll come up with some kind of... I hope they come up with some kind of taskings or something. I don't know how that's going to work. You know, or if they're just going to like say, oh yeah guys, go off and have fun. Carrie will be leaving on X day or something. I hope they have some kind of organized effort that they're going to be trying to do. Yeah, that probably won't come about though. I don't know, until near the end of the expedition, I imagine. I don't know. I guess that involves FDev's involvement too.
We command the stars. Hearts set on the line. No fear in the dark. Together we shall.
Maybe they'll come up with some story about it trying to jump the station to some location and end up by Beagle Point or something. I don't know. Trying to wolf this boiled egg down. Yeah, it's my understanding. OP is, you know, they say they don't want to give it out in advance because they want people to stay together. Plus, it might minimize some third-party individuals interacting. I suspect it won't help, but might minimize their planning on that part. I do have the Meta Elite program running, or runs when I want it to run. Well, they pretty much have to. They pretty much have to have FDev's involvement to build a station out in the middle of nowhere without colonization and all that crap. So, I don't know. Event will be. I thought it'd be much longer than 4 months. You're saying the Distant Worlds 3 is only going to be 4 months long?
Out here in the silence between the stars, was only courage charts the way. You asked me why I left the safety of home, why I chose the endless black.
Ads starting in 1 minute.
There's something calling from beyond the known. And I
Well, that's
can't
probably for the
ever
best, actually. To keep people focused, you know, for a long, long time is challenging at best.
Every world's a new chase. I'm a stellar wanderer, lost inside infinity, dancing with the cosmos, finding who I'm meant to be. Curious cat beneath me, carrying my restless soul.
Here we go.
You told me I was foolish, chasing phantom lights. Said I'd find only emptiness out there. But standing on this alien world tonight, I breathe an atmosphere.
Ads are running. Oh joy.
Through the void I'm sailing, past the edge of mad space. Every star's a question, every world's a new chance.
Look, squirrel.
Lost inside infinity, dancing with the cosmos, finding who I'm meant to be. Curious cat beneath me, carrying my restless soul. Through nebulae and starlight, making broken systems whole. Fellow wanderer. They'll remember us as legends when the data banks grow old. The ones who dared to venture where no commitment ever sold. Their fear for exploration, their doubt for discovery. We are the ones who answer when the galaxy calls free.
Counting down the jump. 5, 4, 3, 2.
I'm a stellar wanderer, lost inside infinity, dancing with the cosmos, finding who I'm meant to be. Curious cat beneath me, carrying my restless soul. Through nebulae.
Well, hopefully, there'll be a significant number of people involved and just keep their interest up. Only FDev knows that, I guess. I don't know. OP might know more about that, but he just can't say. Excuse me.
The dark release is yours.
All right, let's see if we can find this.
Wait outside these walls. You chose the ship.
Carrier and let's see, run.
Carrier jump example. Security check just begun.
Close line.
This is the moment you break free. The galaxy will bend its knees. Every system, every star. You decide how far. Launch into the black and claim your name. Nothing will ever be
That'd be
the
nice.
same.
February's not that far off.
It's your call. You can have it all. Hyperspace awaits. The jump drive hum beneath. Trade routes or war zones, or silence in the deep. You ride the
There's gonna be a straight shot with no planet to interfere.
everything you didn't know you missed. 3, 2, 1. This is the moment you break free. The galaxy will bend its knees. Every system, every star. You decide how far. Launch into the black and claim your name. Nothing will ever be the same. The universe awaits your call. You can have no ceiling here, no walls to hold you down.
Ugly looking carrier.
It's yours, Every system, every star. You decide how far. Launch into the black and claim your name. Nothing
About 4, 5, 6 trips. Well, depending on, I don't know what the loadout is, you know, how much tritium needs. Might have got all this extra tritium, I won't say for nothing because I can always use it, but we'll see. Not a big fan of this color scheme. Just saying. I like green and blue. Hey, on this song, I didn't make the lyrics. This is AI generated. I don't know what it was thinking.
every world. Curious cats flying far. Curious
I've
cats.
got some carrots on the field here.
One more jump. Never stop.
Alright, first, can I transfer it or do I have to sell it to him? Can't transfer it, so. How good is having a squadron carrier if you can't transfer? Lots donuts in there. Pop that off. Goodbye.
Scan the sky, chopped away.
He doesn't have an order in. He certainly hasn't got has he maxed out his load already? What the hell? Let's check this. I thought I should have permissions for that. What's up with that?
Face the edge. Commander brave. Never fade. Legacy. Legacy. Etched in space. Etched in space.
No, he's definitely not maxed out in cargo though. Is something broken here? That's interesting. I should be able to change that. So why can't I? Yeah, I should be able to change that. I don't understand why I can't add a tritium order to that. Sorry guys, I'm new to this, so.
Day 47 in the black. Commander's log entry, stars calling.
Yeah, lyrics, no question about it. It's good stuff.
Charts spread across my cabin floor. Unmarked systems.
Why can't I do this?
Stars calling to push further out. She flies.
Why can't I add?
Stars calling, stars
commodity?
calling. Her name across the void. Watch her go into the endless dark.
Oh well, all I can say is I tried. More from me.
Breaking through the fear.
I guess I'll message him and say, if you want more tritium, put in a buy order or something. He did have a buy order in, so it might have just got fulfilled.
Week 12 since last station. Fuel running thin again. Stars.
Yeah,
calling,
since he doesn't have a buy order in, I was trying to add a buy order for tritium. But it won't let me into the commodities market, even though I should have permissions to do that.
Stars calling, what secrets will we find?
I'm just gonna put more tritium aboard, but
Dangers yet unseen. Stars calling, her courage burning
I mean, I should be able to do it right here, but it's grayed out.
to the endless dark.
I can do everything else. And I even checked, it says I can do change services and stuff, so I don't,
Breaking through the fear. Stars calling,
I don't see what the problem is. Oh. Yeah. I'm second highest rank other than the owner in the squadron. I mean, that's why I just looked at the permissions a while ago.
but still she flies. Stars calling, stars calling, stars calling, stars calling. For those
So I was looking at the ranks and permissions to see what they allowed, and I'm a priest of Braven.
stars calling, stars calling. Watch her go, watch her go.
Can do all this. I could add myself to do unlimited bank things. I'm one of the persons that set up some of these things. But carrier budget services and settings, I would think I'd be able to do that. I can navigate the carrier. I don't know why I can't put in a buy order. Unless, could it be a budget thing? Let me check the budget on the thing and see if there's money allocated for that type of stuff or something. Unless it's, well, even if it's full, I should be able to sell.
Another jump through hyperspace. The curious cat and me. Scanning every system down for what I need.
I don't know why he's got the tariffs set so high on these things. Wow.
One in 1,000 stars.
No, I can't.
All I find is ice and stone.
I tried doing that first. Now it's grayed out. Huh. I wasn't trying to sell it initially. I was just going to transport to storage. Yeah, that's what I just did. I know it's lagged there, but I should just be able to click this and store it. Let me make sure, I should have a ship here. Let me make sure my ship is actually here. This is one stored ship. Here's my ammo. Huh. That's weird. He was telling me there were some issues after their server tick with the fleet carrier stuff, but This will be my carrier. No, that should be. I don't know. I mean, look. I don't either. I should be able to. Bank balance is 0.
What's that
Let me see about that, because
spectrum reading?
which account has he got that in? It's got 20 things of available. Commodities. What's that? What does this do? Okay. You think I should try doing that? It's not. Whoa. Chemicals. Tritium. I don't want to. I think I scrolled and did something. I don't want to do that.
Said I lose myself out here.
Again. Direct transfer.
But I watch distant pinpricks burning.
Okay, let's try this.
I promise I will outlast. I'm not looking back at the stars behind. The dark is honest and
Oh, that's transferring directly to that individual. That's not what I want to do.
you wouldn't know how it feels. Each mile, each thrill between.
I don't know if that's going to deposit it for me.
I've carved my name in the cold unknown. With every landing I've made my mark. This endless void is
I
where
don't see any way to.
ignite a spark. You don't know.
To all. I wonder if that's not. This is not the way that I'm used to doing things on my carrier, so I don't know if this will actually be usable. If I deposit this here, if it would actually be usable to. You know, I'll do it anyway. Let's just find out. I mean, it's not going to just go into the bit bucket, right?
Every echo unbroken tune, it remakes me, shows me who I am. You think fear will call me home, but hearing nothing I
Okay,
make
well, that's it. I'm not going to do any more until I talk to him to see if he might just want to put a buy order in or something.
but still I chase the
Now, though, I want to check something again real quick. Just okay.
this endless void is where I belong.
I wonder if it'll let me put in a. Well, I'm not going to worry about it. Screw it. Not going to worry about it. I tried it. It doesn't look like the method that I would think that it would do it. I should be able to just directly transfer that to the inventory, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I should be able to put in a buy order at a minimum. It's weird. Don't you feel that pull inside my daring heart? Certainly have enough permissions to do that. Unless it's a budget constraint or something that's... Well, even then you should be able to sell things. I don't understand. See, now it says, see, I've got it, the tritium is banked instead of being in the inventory, so I don't know. No idea. I'll let him try to figure it out. So let's go back to my carrier and just call it. I'm more than just a name, so let the starlights fade behind. I have tritium. I can put in a sell order on my carrier if he wants more, but somebody has scarfed it up. Oh, I guess I might want to. Oh, this is wow. It's pointing back at him, but that's just a coincidence. So. Alright guys, I'm going to wrap it up here though and get back to the carrier, and yes, I'll jump my carrier back. I'll set it up to jump back to my system, and I don't either. But I do know people that have squadron or fleet carriers, so I'll eventually find somebody who knows how to do it. They may or may not know how to let a non-owner do it. But I certainly would think that people in the squadron should be able to donate inventory or something. But I don't know. Or I assume, I don't know, since permission group was all, I hope that's just all squadron members. But you pull it out. I don't know how that works. I'm confused. But at any rate, I'm just going to be jumping the carrier back to my system, and I'm going to call it tonight. So I'm going to end the stream here. So who do y'all want to raid? Any suggestions? I do appreciate you coming in with the raiders, and everybody even before the raiders. I appreciate you guys coming in. Thanks so much for all the followers. According to that, I am 2 from my 500 goal. I know it's going to drip here momentarily, and I missed the dropout. Yeah. Trying to wipe my nose and fly at the same time didn't work out for me. Alright, go see Toady. We can raid Fiery Toad. Is he on? I don't care. Raid whoever you want, unless y'all want to raid someone small. I don't know who else on. Let's see. Anybody doing exploration? Lined up here. Does that count as a Lucas shame? I think it does. That was pretty embarrassing.
The Cardi in a demonstration of piloting skill has performed 96 loops of shame. Pitiful.
A little more than that, but I had to start the counter somewhere. Autopilot, let's see who we can go raid. Let's see who's on, folks. Announcer. He's pretty helpful sometimes. Guess I'm gonna have to look differently to see the game. He's doing the game actually. Looking forward to breakfast though. Well, that star rupture is right there. Huh. Starcat, I read Starcat all the time. Fiery Toad I read pretty often. Me, Roy. I never heard of any of these other people. None. Not a single one. That's not even English, no wonder. I guess we can read Fiery Toad. That's what he's doing. He says exo-biology, so let's read Fiery Toad, folks, I guess. That's, of course I can never spell
Howdy.
fiery right. Well, thanks so much for coming in. I will try to be streaming tonight at some point, probably doing some pirate hunting, hopefully, before I head over to the Distant Worlds carrier to park. So, see about that again. I think that's 1800 Eastern time tomorrow. And we'll see how it goes. At any rate, thanks so much for coming in. I'll start this raid and let's be gone. 7 Fly Dangerous, Commanders.
Fly dangerous through the killing dawn. Fly dangerous, reaching for death. Hunt across the void of black. Credits burning, no way back. Target locked in scanner's eye. Chase the prize or fall and die. Engines scream through astral fields. Every risk the frontier yields. Wanted ships and bounty scores. Death awaits at distant shores. Fly dangerous through the killing dawn. Fly dangerous, make it find no more. In the void where cowards turn away, we charge forward, claim their day. Fly dangerous, risk is all we are. Fly dangerous, among the dying stars. In the refuge, credits earned, lessons written, bridges burned. Space demands your everything. On the don't be true. We now